What's up, everybody? And welcome to the WAN Show. Happy Friday. We're gonna take off by starting with. Sorry.
It's going to be a rough one. Yeah, despite it being a good news WAN show.
Turbulent show.
Oh, my God.
We've got a great show lined up for you guys this week. It is officially the first week of Good News April. So
yes.
With some exceptions, it's all good news all the time on the WAN Show. And we're starting with the Steam survey saying that Linux is up by over double its previous market share. Now, that might be, well, yeah, we'll have to get into a little bit more detail. But hey, hold on a second. In other fantabulous, spectacular news, DDR5 pricing in China seems to be facing and this is a quote, complete collapse due to changes in the market.
God,
is this finally some good news for gamers who just want a little bit more memory?
Can we build computers again?
That would be cool. I'd be so awesome. Down. I'd be super down. What else we got?
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm definitely prepared for this. Not only are RAM prices dropping because of a particular reason, but also Google's TurboQuant AI compression algorithm can reportedly reduce LLM inference memory usage by like 6 times.
Yeah, to like 1/6.
Which is crazy.
A 6 times reduction or a 1/6 non-reduction.
Yeah.
Pick one more quick. Professional show.
Artemis II!
Oh, yeah. You're such a space geek. I can't believe we haven't talked about this yet.
There's a few topics relating to that, so I'm just going to say that in general.
Yeah, Artemis II.
My favorite one is Outlook. What?
Where did this come from? I have a little rabbit hat.
Linus is so short.
The show is brought to you today by dBrand, Odoo, Squarespace, and good Lord, I missed the last one.
Oh, man.
Proton Mail alongside, our chair partner, Razer, our laptop partner, also Razer, and our wrap partner, dBrand.
Who made that?
It was probably Nokia.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Had to have been Nokia.
That was amazing.
That's crazy. That was some art.
I had no idea that was coming.
That was art. All right, why don't we jump right into our headline topic, which
Steam?
is, of course, the Steam survey. So here, let's fire it up here. And I just want to open by saying that over 1 month ago, 3 people started a Linux challenge. Mm-hmm. Here we are, just over 1 month later. And Linux market share has jumped. Well, where's the bloody operating system part? There it is. Okay, operating system. No, not OS version. Good Lord, I haven't actually played with this in a while. Click for more info. Where's the damn thing? Here we go. Linux market share has jumped by 3.1% to 5.33, with Arch, by the way, leading the way. Mint in second place, Ubuntu in third, Mint again in fourth, Ubuntu again in fifth, and Manjaro bringing up the rear.
Which is Arch derivative. So a few of those could kind of condense in a little bit.
Let's talk about the real reasons, because obviously it's not because we're doing the Linux challenge that something like this might have happened. Okay, one, maybe some sampling bias. The Steam hardware survey is not a complete capture every month of every system with Steam installed on it.
It also, apparently, I'm reading on Phoronix.com.
Yeah.
And if we tune in here a little bit, you can see that it was dropping, actually.
Yeah.
Steam on Linux ended 2025 around 3.5%, dipped in January, dipped in February, and then kind of like slammed back up. And that might be where that sampling bias is from or something like that. I'm not really sure.
However.
Overall, though, it's up.
Overall, though, it seems like the trajectory we're on
forward
is pretty good.
Yeah. And 5.33%.
That's
pretty good.
Those are real numbers.
Yeah. That's like a user base that you care about now.
Yeah. And I mean, look.
It's not massive, but it's pretty good.
I talked about this back when Valve launched the Steam Deck, as I went like, look, if they sell enough of these things, game developers will simply not be able to afford to ignore it. And man, is it starting to feel like the critical mass is there? Like there are certain game devs that have just come out and said, we will never support Linux just because of kernel level anti-cheat is essential to our business model and our way of life, and therefore it is simply never going to happen. And you know what? There's going to be a lot of platforms that they can continue to develop for. Windows, they can continue to develop for console. I don't know the status of anti-cheat on Mac OS. Like legitimately, I don't know either. Anyone know anything about that?
What I do know is Arc Raiders works on Linux. I just keep running into games. Like last week on the show, it was brought up that I was thinking like, well, I'm going to need a Windows VM or something to play Horizon when it comes out, Forza Horizon. And then chat was like, no, you're fine, dude. And then one of my buddies messaged me and was like, hey man, we should play Arc Raiders again. And I was like, yeah, I don't know. I'm doing this Linux challenge thing. Give me a sec. And I looked it up. Platinum. It's like, oh, okay. Never mind.
I don't know if I've talked about this on WAN Show, but I wrote a big chunk about it in my notes for Elijah for the upcoming parts of Linux challenge. We know we owe you guys some videos on that. We have all been using Linux and we've all been making notes.
I'm still on there.
But one of the things that I wrote was that I think a huge part of the hurdle for people is that they have in their minds that Linux is replacing Windows for them. And in a lot of ways, it is, because it's fulfilling a similar role in their life. But hear me out. What if there could be a change in perspective or a change in mindset where instead of thinking about Linux as a replacement for Windows, we think about it as more of like an appliance, more of like a console from a gaming standpoint, right? Because that's the perspective of the Linux challenge. It's like, as a gamer, can I switch to Linux? And if you alter your perspective in that way, all of a sudden you stop thinking, what are the Windows games I can't play? What are the PC games that my PC can't play? And you start thinking more like an Xbox or a PlayStation gamer from back before everything was, cross-platform or whatever. You kind of go, okay, rather than these are the PC games I can't play, it's these are the Linux games that are available for my console. I run a Linux console. And to be clear, cross-platform is a very good thing. It's a good thing for consumers. Greater compatibility is a good thing for consumers. I'll always support both of those things. But if you're looking to make a change when full, complete cross-compatibility of every software forever doesn't yet exist, if you could just flip that little switch in your brain, do you think way more people could just make the shift?
Yeah, I think so. I think for some people, there's like killer apps. I think killer apps are actually more important than people realize. Like I think Halo being really good was like why Xbox mattered, and then Halo not being very good anymore is why, in a lot of cases, Xbox doesn't matter anymore. So if your killer app is compatible, then it's probably fine. Like I was really surprised to see the Arc Raiders was totally chill, but there are shooters out there. If you're into Counter-Strike, that also works, but I don't think Valorant does. So if you're into Valorant, like this console is not going to be one that you would want, right? It's the same argument. It's completely fine, but it's just not going to work for you. I think that argument is fine. It just, like I said, you fall back on the killer app thing.
Yeah, I mean,
and I think, if my experience is anything to go by, you might be surprised. Your stuff might work just fine, because even your game might have anti-cheat and it might just not be kernel level and thus be fine. Like there is a lot of anti-cheat stuff that works on Linux. It's fine.
I'm going to say something kind of toxic Linux neckbeard here. Yes, killer apps are totally a thing, and I get that. But from a gaming standpoint, do you really need to play that game.
This is interesting because I suspect if we go back a decent amount of WAN shows, I think you've said the opposite in the past, but you've been probably interested and enjoying your Linux experience enough that you've been slipping now.
It's, you know what, I wrote a couple paragraphs about this as well. It's less that I'm enjoying Linux so much, and it's more that...
I know where you're going, and I totally agree.
Microsoft is actively pushing me away.
Yep. And Microsoft is actively pushing me away, and the Linux experience has gotten so much better since the last time we tried it.
There's still a lot of friction. Totally. For me, anyway. Yeah. I'm actively experiencing friction on Linux daily still.
I had to a little bit this past week, but it was solvable. But
I was shooting an AMD Ultimate Tech upgrade earlier this week, and it was actually for one of our members of the business team, Sven. He lives in the coolest mom's basement of all time. Seriously, like at one point in the video, I'm just like, dude, our audience is going to hate you. And he's like, why? I'm like, because you have so much cool shit. Like, seriously, it is like the best. It's so cool. And he even has a girlfriend. Like, he's got his CRT, all his modern consoles, all his vinyls, all his collectibles, a girl. Like, he's living his best life. And I think people are just gonna. I don't think people can handle it right now. Anyway, so you guys should watch the video because Sven's energy he's just kind of like low key cool.
No, he's dope.
And we had a really great time shooting together. But where was I going with this? Right. So we swapped out his motherboard and CPU because the series is obviously sponsored by AMD. It's AMD Ultimate Tech Upgrade. So we threw a 9800X3D in there and to go with his. He didn't upgrade his GPU, but like that's fine. You could still get some more FPS. And we went to fire up the machine so we could just get some B-roll of him gaming, vibing, enjoying his new system, and f***ing Microsoft. It did the thing where it's like your pin is not available right now. What are you talking about? What does that even mean? Well, can you imagine it? Imagine I roll up at the bank. Okay, I'm at the Costco. I don't have a MasterCard. I pull out my debit card, which is my last resort, cut my life into pieces, and I put it in the machine. It goes, "Sorry, sir, your pin's not available right now." What the f*** does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. So we're going through this, and we had to switch which network adapter we were plugged into so we could get an internet connection so that he could log into his Microsoft account with his actual password and then do his 2FA and then put his PIN in. It's like, bro, this is my computer. I'm trying to use it, you know? Get out of my way. And Microsoft just can't.
Yeah.
They can't help it.
Yeah, like, so the thing that I ran into this... Oh, actually, before we forget, I want to jump back to this.
Yeah.
On Phoronix again, they pointed out that part of the jump appears to be because Valve corrected for Steam China numbers. So simplified Chinese went down by 31.85%. And then that shifted a lot of other things.
Interesting.
Because of those users being removed from the survey. And that, I guess, indirectly resulted in Linux numbers jumping.
So pirated Windows is more popular than not pirated Windows, is what I'm reading here. Because if you take out a market that, I mean, we all know software piracy in China, kind of a thing.
Huge, yeah.
All of a sudden, the appeal of Windows goes way down when you go to the more Western markets where piracy might not be quite as rampant.
I wonder, like, is Steam Deck significantly more popular in Western countries?
I could see that.
Not China, basically.
A Steam Deck, at least at the beginning, was not your only computer. Right? Like, it's a superfluous, it's a luxury purchase.
Yeah.
Even though it's look, I've talked extensively about this in the past. It is a heck of a machine for the price that Valve managed to do it at. Like, serious kudos to them for making it so accessible. But it is a luxury purchase. Its sole reason for existing was to play games on a teeny tiny little screen. And if I lived somewhere that I didn't have Western income, then it would be less likely for me to buy something like that. versus like the one computer that I probably already have. So yeah, no, I could see the Steam Deck being less popular. I also don't know if it launched in China at the beginning.
I have no idea. No idea. But yeah, it's interesting. Now, back to the Linux Challenge stuff.
Yeah.
I had an experience where we were kind of talking about this a little bit earlier, but both of my hard drives are...
never is the answer. It has never had an official direct release in mainland China.
Okay, yeah.
So regardless of its status as a luxury purchase or not, it just doesn't exist there. So it's probably not contributing to the numbers at all. Okay, cool. Carry on. Sorry.
Both of my hard drives are dying. I had some indication that this might have been, starting a while ago. Right. The hard drive started to get a little bit louder, but it wasn't that bad. Yeah. And then within the last week, cries of pain started happening. I was like explaining to Emma that I had to buy annoyingly expensive hard drives, and I was like complaining about it, and she was like, well, do you like have to right now? And I was like, here, come with me. And then I walked over to my computer and was just like, listen. Almost nothing's even happening right now. And just listen. And she's like, oh yeah, you need those like now. She doesn't even know anything about computers. And she's like, there's just no way that's right. It sounds like there's a tiny hammer in my computer. It's just not good.
Nice.
And part of that process was that I started moving a bunch of data around. Because I'm like, oh, okay, well, I don't have like super mission critical stuff on here. It's mostly a game drive and then a like dump drive that I just do random tasks on. But there are things on here that would kind of suck to lose. So let's make sure I shuffle stuff around and if these do die before the new drives come in, or if they die during a data transfer to the new drives or whatever, I'm going to feel less bad about it. And in doing that, I wanted to format one of the drives because I have also read. So up until now, I have kept my game drive exactly as it was when I was on Windows. Meaning, my game drive was NTFS. Mm-hmm. But I have read that Proton struggles with NTFS a lot.
I've read that too.
So I was like, okay. I don't actually know how to pronounce it. Some people have laughed at me pronouncing it this way, but my OS drive is ButterFS, BTRFS.
I've heard it called ButterFS. Is that wrong?
You might have heard that from me.
I've heard BetterFS as well, but that seems... probably like a fanboy nickname.
ButterFS. Butter. I'm using ButterFS. Whatever. That thing is my OS drive. But I was looking into some stuff, trying to learn some things, and it sounded like for a game drive, they don't necessarily care that much about like rollbacks and stuff on, like the reasons why I wanted to do it for my operating system drive. It's less important. So I went with the ext4, and trying to do that was pretty annoying. I'm just going to be honest. The process was pretty annoying. Even like I did a huge transfer off of one of the drives to another, and I just copy and pasted in the GUI, and then I noticed just like visually that like I don't think all the files are there. And then I did some diving, and like a ton of the files didn't get transferred. And I started looking into it, and the predominant answer was like, "Why are you using a GUI for this?" And I'm like, "Bruh." It's copy and pasting files. Like, come on. I can imagine there being like cooler, better ways, but like I shouldn't have to like command line rsync to just copy and paste some folders from one drive to another.
Yeah.
And then I went through that, and like I don't love that experience, but it's fine. I can do it. I shouldn't have to.
It's funny. I actually cheated during the Linux challenge because I had to transfer some files, and they were coming off of an SD card that was just in a random device. It was in a tentacle sync, an audio recorder. And my Linux laptop, when I was on vacation, like absolutely diarrheaed all over itself trying to read and copy it. Like, it was really scary. It not only like didn't work to copy it, but it like told me it was corrupted.
Oh.
And it 100% wasn't. I put it in Yvonne's laptop, her Windows laptop, and it just immediately worked, and I was able to upload it to Drive. And I suspect it's down to the file system that was on it.
It definitely could be.
Anyway,
and I had that same suspicion as well. And then I tried command line rsync, and it also didn't work.
Really?
Yeah. Same thing happened. Certain files didn't get transferred.
Well, see, this is something that I've always found, and okay, I'm probably going to reveal some sort of horrible ignorance that people will mock me for, but hey, it's the WAN Show, baby. This is something that I have never really understood. Why is doing it through a GUI different? For something like file copies, why does it not just do the exact same thing behind the GUI? Why does it matter if I drag them like this or I typed a thing like this?
It was. I'm just going to address chat really quick. It wasn't file ownership permissions. I think it was just erroring often. I think maybe due to something with NTFS. I'm getting into areas that I don't understand. But the way that I was able to solve it was instead of transferring the entire drive at once, I went through and did one major folder at a time, GUI, and it worked fine. I just had to like kind of baby it, and then I got everything.
Ugh. Okay.
It just kind of sucked. I couldn't do the whole thing at once. But yeah, why? I mean, I can understand. There's a lot of little options and tweaks and things. Like rsync has a lot of control over how you want to do the transfer and stuff.
But then, like, shouldn't it probably assume...
Do you want it to ignore certain errors? Do you want it not to?
Shouldn't it probably assume the way I want it to do the transfer is to get the f***ing files from here to there, for the most part?
I don't know. I was pretty surprised by that problem. I do suspect it's just like Linux not playing nice with NTFS.
Okay.
And then... once the drive was on ext4, I did not have similar problems.
Okay.
So I haven't used it extensively yet, but I suspect it's just like, okay, I'm trying to bring my Windows drives around with me still. And my initial very light amount of research being like, can I just leave everything how it was on Windows?
Yeah.
Was like, the answer was yes. And clearly it worked for over a month.
Yeah.
So it is kind of yes.
Right.
But it's more yes, asterisk, there might be some problems.
Yes, temporarily. Yes, kind of like when I downloaded that beta build of Baslite with the Steam Deck experience for Nvidia, where it was like, yes, but it probably should have had a much larger asterisk. And it does now, so no one will make the same mistake that I did.
Isaac Fig Newton says, even within Windows, I only do parts of libraries at a time. The file transfer F's up all the time. I don't have that experience, to be completely honest.
It depends.
I know it's like a thing that can happen, but I have not ran into that.
The slower your device, and I mean both the storage and compute, the more chance that it will just like trip over itself and bung itself up.
Yeah.
Windows Explorer is not the most stable piece of software on the face of the earth. I think that's a non-controversial take. So I can totally see that.
And I have to give it credit of once I finished the whole process, which was pretty annoying, but once I finished the whole process and got it onto ext4, then everything seemed to be fine. But you said your drives were dying, definitely could have contributed to the errors. Yeah, I would have liked it to have been handled better though. Like I might have missed something, I don't know. I think what happened...
That was such a good Karen line. I'm going to use that someday.
I might have missed something.
I would have liked for it to have been handled better.
Yeah. No, but what I mean by that is like
Karen.
when I did the file transfer thing, if it did error, if there was problems, it should just tell me.
Yeah.
I did the transfer, but I missed 100,000 files because that's like the magnitude to which it was off.
You missed 100,000 of the shots you didn't take.
And if it could tell me like, hey, these folders got transferred fine, these like top level folders got transferred fine, that would have been nice to know.
I wonder
too.
if the same developer went to work on Apple's transfer to iOS feature. the app.
It just misses.
Did I ever show you the screenshots from that I got? Where it was like, it's like 40,000 files and it transferred like 24 or something like that. Like,
I think you did.
Why did you even try at that point? You should have just not bothered.
But yeah, so I think using, I even heard from people who are like hyper Linux pilled and been using Linux for freaking 20 years. And I asked them about the NTFS thing and they're like, yeah, I mean, it's probably fine. But they haven't used it because why would they?
I think that's something that is easy for super Linux pilled people to miss, is that there's a lot of things that it's the curse of knowledge, right?
Yeah.
That they know and intuitively do that is best practice on Linux. And that someone did a workaround just in case you don't do it that way. But it hasn't been validated. It hasn't been tested across every distro. It hasn't been tested across every desktop environment. It hasn't been tested across every dumb user. Sorry, I should have pointed at myself.
I mean, it counts.
And it hasn't been tested across every hardware config, right?
I even think I have a little, tinfoil hat fully on.
Yeah.
my drives were dying already.
Yeah.
I think the Linux challenge accelerated it.
Interesting.
Because
Why would both die at the same time?
Both started dying. The games drive is the main one having problems, but both have bad sectors. But the games drive has like 4 times the bad sectors as the other one.
But like, would anything about your file system being not Linux compatible make it thrash more?
Here's the thing: is apparently Proton doesn't play nice with NTFS, and it's the games drive that is suffering more than the other one. Now, the games drive just gets more use and always did.
Yeah.
So I don't know how fair this is.
Gamer.
And I could just be completely
off. He's a
off.
gamer, folks. He's a gamer, ladies and gentlemen.
But there's like, Slay the Spire 2.
Yeah.
So that's a smaller, slower game. So, okay, that can be installed on my hard drive games drive. That's been open a lot.
Right.
So has Proton been thrashing more because it doesn't play nice with NTFS?
Literally don't know.
I have literally no idea, but I have a thought. Have you pulled the smart data? I haven't dove really deep into it. I just know that there are bad sectors. The Linux NTFS driver is reverse engineered and barely works. The stuff Proton tries to do with it will 100% cause file system corruption.
Says on Hikage.
Yeah. So
chat.
That was not, when I did my not enough research, and I'm accepting that, I basically Googled, can I keep my Windows NTFS drive on Linux to play games? And it was like, yeah.
Okay. And you know what's really funny is because as much shit as I got for settling on Pop! OS after Googling it and asking an LLM, I actually did find that. I knew that.
Yeah.
Which is why I did a completely fresh install on every single one of my systems and didn't try to keep any of my games drives.
Yeah.
Even though I do have one.
And to be clear,
I was just like, I'm not going to use this because... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It was fine.
Except when it wasn't.
For a month.
How much did it cost you?
Maybe a drive. Well, no, the drives were already going down.
Okay.
The drives already had bad sectors. It was like, I just didn't think it was quite time to replace them yet. They're really big drives, so them having a few bad sectors is like not the end of the world. It might have accelerated it. I was going to have to replace them anyways. And like it did function, so they were right about it functioning.
Yeah.
But yeah. I don't know. Also, another thing that I did this week, I talked about how I might want to do this. I removed my desktop environment and installed a new one.
Yeah, I came across a funny thread somewhere. I forget why I was even reading about this, but it was like, can we stop calling them distros? A distro is just the desktop environment, and it's this, and it's a package manager, and it's this, and it's this, and they're all interchangeable anyway, and blah 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 blah. And it's like, okay, Captain Pedantic. I mean, you want to go full pedant, then you kind of have to come full circle around to what even is the Linux operating system? It's a desktop environment and a package manager. It's all these things. So like, you wouldn't have, you can't just call the Linux kernel the Linux operating system. In order to be an operating system, it has to have all these things. So no, Uno reverse.
Is that true? It doesn't need a desktop environment.
Okay, it doesn't need a desktop environment.
This is where the
does it need a package manager?
Stuff comes in. No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Okay, hold on. What does it need? It's going to need something.
So now we're coming all the way back around.
No! Defeated.
Amazing. But yeah, it's funny because fighting through NTFS was really annoying.
Right.
And then I came out on the other end, and I haven't used my computer since I did that enough to really know, but it seems like it's actually a lot better in a few ways, and now my hard drive is just dead. Cool. But oh well. It was already dying. It is what it is. Replacing my entire desktop environment was so easy. I was actually just stunned. It was wild.
Well, I know uninstalling it is easy. You could do that without even meaning to do it at all.
But yeah,
I can. I mean, maybe you're not that good.
Oh wow, yeah, that's fair. So I got rid of Cinnamon, and it's gone. I completely removed it.
Yep.
I kept Hyperland, but I'm not actively really using it, and I installed KDE.
Cool.
And I am now even more strongly of the opinion that if you just want your thing to be smooth and to work, you should probably install Mint and Cinnamon. KDE is sick, and I'm happy it's on my desktop, And I think I'm also happy it's not on my laptop. Mint and cinnamon is just such... I'm like not surprised. It's interesting because it doesn't really get talked about that much. Like if you look into the what should I run right now on computers, everybody is going, yeah, screw you, Dan. Everybody is going, run like Bazite or Cache and run, KDE on top of them and blah, 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 blah. And then we look at the Steam hardware survey and like a lot of it's Mint.
Yep, and Arch.
Arch is up there, and Arch is Cache and SteamOS, which is where a ton of that is coming from. But I think just the like ease, man. Like I really have enjoyed KDE so far. It feels like the correct choice on my laptop. It feels like the correct choice to go along with Cache. Sorry, correct choice on my desktop.
Yep.
It feels like the correct choice to go on with Cache. The things that I'm trying to do on my desktop, KDE has been fantastic. I really like the experience. But like, it doesn't feel like if you want, it depends on what you're min-maxing for. If you're min-maxing for less problems, you just kind of want things to work. You want the tools to just kind of be there. You want it to feel like what you're used to when you come from Windows. Mint and cinnamon is just a fantastic combo. It's honestly just amazing. My laptop never has any problems. It is completely rock solid, heart touching. It's amazing.
Why don't we talk about some other amazing news?
Sure.
It's all good news this week.
Yeah.
How about...
and KDE's base, it's just they're more bleeding edge, they're more performance pushing, all that kind of stuff. And that comes with some fairly minor problems, ones that I'm happy to deal with on my desktop. But yeah.
How about some good news for consumers who might have been looking to build or upgrade a PC? Want to talk about that?
Yeah.
DDR5 pricing in China faces, this is a quote from, I think it's WCCF Tech said this, faces a complete collapse with shifting markets.
Let's go.
This has mainly seemed to have been triggered by the release of Google's TurboQuant.
Really?
The timing doesn't look like a coincidence. However, I actually recorded a whole LTT video yesterday that was just like it was kind of a spur of the moment. I have some thoughts on this where I look at sort of a longer term trend that we can trace back to like all the way back to about mid to 3/4 of the way through last year of the bubble kind of already starting to unravel. To mix my metaphors up a little bit, I think that TurboQuant, kind of like when DeepSeek landed, is just it's really headline grabbing, and it's taken the fears that are already in the backs of memory of memory suppliers' minds about like whether this whole thing is actually really going to just go to the moon forever, Artemis style. And it has taken that fear and brought it to the front of the mind and turned it into panic a little bit.
I thought, and like, I don't know, but I thought it was the Sam Altman comments, them not following through on their RAM purchases.
Well, they happened right around the same time.
Yeah.
So it's like a
combo.
It's definitely a combo. Taiwan outlet UDN reports that RAM prices in China have dropped more than 30%, and there are even some signs that prices are dropping in the US as well. As part of the video that I was working on yesterday, here we go. Okay, look, is it back to normal yet? No, but guys, don't bite a progress gift horse in the mouth, okay?
I do worry a little bit that it's going to be kind of like the GPU situation where the price went up and then they were just like, eh.
Well, here's the thing, though.
I think people are actually just not buying stuff right now.
GPUs are effectively a monopoly. Nvidia just decides how much a certain amount of FPS costs, and then AMD and to a lesser extent Intel. I actually really respect what Intel has done and how scrappy they've been trying to make Arc Battle Mage appealing and make it make sense for gamers at a reasonable budget. But AMD certainly basically just goes, yes, Nvidia, thank you for determining what GPUs are worth in the market. Yes, sir. And they just kind of price their GPUs in lockstep with Nvidia. Whereas RAM has actual competition to a degree. Have there been some price fixing scandals over the years? Yes. But at the end of the day, are all of the major players building out large fabs with huge capacity that have to run and therefore are commodified effectively, meaning that if demand drops, pricing will drop? Also, yes. RAM is a commodity still. There is competition still. And so in the exact same way that we've seen it spike before, I think we will absolutely see it crash again. Yeah. There's no question whatsoever.
That's good to hear.
And as part of the video yesterday, I was also looking at a couple of other regions. I looked at Canada. Canada actually started dipping a little bit before the States. Germany has started dipping as well. So I didn't look too far beyond that because I kind of went, okay, well, China, Germany, Canada, US, that gets me around the world.
Yeah.
Clearly, this isn't just one retailer running a promo at that point.
Yeah.
None of this means that the shortage is over. None of this means that pricing is going to immediately go back to where it was.
There has objectively been an uptick in data center spending on hardware that will impact pricing to a certain degree.
Yep. And the AI build out is not going to stop.
Yeah.
But one of the things I get into in the video is how I think that it won't necessarily just continue to flywheel completely out of control, because it seems like the bean counters are finally kind of going, hold on a second, how many beans are left? Can we really afford to trade all of our beans for computer memory? And I, for one, am extremely excited for 5 years from now, when all of these data centers are out of date and make absolutely no sense to keep running, with energy pricing being what it is, and I can get like a couple cool AI cards and put them in like Smash Champs for like cool computer vision.
Yeah, some of those AI cards are weird.
Yeah, but I mean, they should do AI, right?
I don't know if they're going to slot into your desktop computer, though.
It doesn't need to be a desktop computer.
Oh, okay.
I mean, look, they're going to be dismantling these things. Who's going to take them?
Yeah, that'll be really interesting.
Like, man, that's another video I want to make.
What is the format of those GPUs that are like a tower? What is that called?
Oh, for crying out loud, I forget what it's called. We saw it on the recent Nvidia data center tour.
Yeah.
Someone tell me what they're called. SM something. SXM.
SXM, yeah. Those cards, like...
But here's the thing.
I don't know, dude.
Okay, so did I talk on WAN Show already? I can never tell the difference between when I talked about something on WAN Show and when I did a video scrum and laid out an outline for a topic.
Sure.
So stop me if I've talked about this before, but
really?
A major tragedy right now is the way that data center hardware no longer trickles down to consumers how it used to. Like, remember how buying a couple generation old Xeon was like the hack to getting a sick gaming desktop? What am I looking at here? Oh, is this an adapter? Okay, yeah, so that's a thing.
All right, I'm a little more excited about the future now. That's sick.
I did. Okay, did I talk about this already? Okay, I talked about this already. But one of the things that will happen, because it has to go somewhere, like these giant, just money is no object data centers full of tens and tens and tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of GPUs. Like, it's not like they're just going to, grind them up to make their bread. Like, they're going to do something with them. And so
grind them up to make their bread.
I think Home Lab is going to have an absolute revolution in 5 years.
Dude, an SXM to PCIe adapted data center card in my house sounds freaking sweet.
Yeah.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Why only one?
And the RAM...
Yeah! It sounds like fun tinker. Oh, well, the space might
the
be
RAM will be
different.
salvageable. The RAM will be salvageable.
Riser card?
I bet you could liquid cool it, so you don't have to deal with the noise. Because these things are like up to like 800 or even more watts or whatever.
They're
Crazy,
insane.
dude.
Yeah, they're crazy. Mr. Omut says Wendell's gonna buy it all. I don't know, man. Wendell's pretty. He likes to be on the cutting edge. I think he might just have the newer stuff at that point. Mineral oil cooling would be super cool, John Br. But yeah,
It's a lot of wattage to mineral cool. I'm
excited.
Doable, but
I'm super excited. And I think it's happening.
Yeah. Well, I think we're starting to.
I'm really glad, because I've taken kind of this is temporary stance on this, and I've kind of taken some flack for that.
Because, I thought it was going to take longer than this.
Why aren't you advocating for consumers more? Why don't you see Micron pulling out of the consumer market as like this terrible, terrible, terrible thing? And I guess it's just because I've been through so many cycles. Like RAM is like this, man. It's always up and down and up and down. And this time it was like a big cycle. Like this was, and it really, it happened really suddenly. Maybe that's, it was a really awful timing, like right in the holiday season, man. Like there were so many things about it that just sucked.
Yeah. At the same time though, like, I don't know. I do think it's a signal. I am very hopeful, all that kind of stuff. But like, if we look at, people have been talking about Micron's stock price.
Yeah.
But if we look at Micron, their 1 year,
yeah,
392%, year to date, 16%, 6 months, 94%.
But tulip mania happened over a span of half a decade, though.
Over the last month, they're only 3.5% down.
These things, okay, but remember, once tulips started to fall.
No, I hear you.
Like here. This screenshot is actually.
I just don't. I'm not 100% convinced it's happening right now.
This screenshot is in the video.
Yeah.
Tulip bulbs, $16.99 Canadian. Once they started to crash, once the house of cards starts to collapse, it can happen really fast. Apparently, this didn't make it into the video because I just read it last night. But just because a company is not a public company doesn't mean that shares can't be traded. And apparently, this is scuttlebutt, but apparently OpenAI shares are becoming quite illiquid. Quite difficult to sell. And one of the things that I kind of lay out is that I see OpenAI as a very Dropbox-like character in this new version of the same movie we've watched over and over and over again. Dropbox was a first mover and a huge name in cloud storage in the early days of the cloud. Back when that was the stupid keyword du jour that you couldn't see a slideshow without having it plastered all over everything, right?
Yeah.
And what they did was the classic Silicon Valley playbook. They got a bunch of money. They used it to acquire an enormous user base. And they focused on, one admittedly super cool and innovative thing. And then they tried to convert that user base to a paid user base. It didn't go too great. And then the incumbents, the big players, ultimately ate their lunch. And I mean, show of hands, who has the Dropbox app installed on their computer or phone? Anyone?
I think your hand can be up because we use it for like scripts or something, right?
Bueller? Not anymore.
Oh.
Okay. Dan apparently has you still use Dropbox.
I do.
What do you like about it?
I used to use it more before I had the NAS.
Got him. All right.
The internal sync was great. I don't know. It's just good.
Yeah, quality product.
It's just fine.
Nothing wrong with it?
Nope.
But there's also no question
that... Do you
that
pay for it?
Yeah.
Apple and Google and Microsoft have overall won that war. And so I see OpenAI as being in a very similar kind of position where they were a first mover, a very early mover, a big innovator, great brand presence, huge user base. But are they really going to take that and go from losing billions and billions of dollars a quarter to making billions and billions of dollars a quarter? Really?
Yeah.
Or is it going to be Google?
Oh, Dropbox is not that cheap.
No, well, because it isn't, right? It never was. It was always, the whole thing was always fake. It was always VC money subsidizing you to have it for cheap so that you could get locked in later. It's whether it's Dropbox or Uber or frickin' Adobe. Well, actually, no, in that case, it was just Adobe's giant boatloads of money from selling expensive software that they converted into even gianter boatloads of money from selling subscriptions. So that was a different model. Slightly different. Yeah. Discord is another example from Pankrats in the chat. So because of all of these, this really does, the video does, I admit, have a little bit of like string on a bulletin board energy. But I'm just seeing a lot of signals. And there are signals the other way. Like Nvidia's only down a little.
Yeah.
Google's only down a little. Right. And I point out these things. Like there are ones that their stock prices is not impacted in any way.
Nvidia's, I guess they're down. Okay.
Yeah. Relatively little.
Not the last 5 days, but over the last 6 months, 1 month, yes.
Compared to like Oracle, and then there was another one that I was using as kind of like a proxy for AI companies as well. But the difference is that the companies that are only down a little have real revenue.
Yeah.
And like real businesses, other than just like raw AI. What if you put AI in your video so that you could make video with AI? And what if you did AI in your butt and then your butt could be intelligent? Like just everything's AI. Just put every AI in everything. Like it's like Nvidia has an identity other than AI, and so does a company like Alphabet.
I feel like I need a South Park episode on butt AI.
I mean, do you know for sure they haven't done one?
No.
I didn't watch the entire last season. It's possible. It just seemed like the sort of thing they might do.
Yeah.
We go all the way back to season 1, episode 1, and the aliens just put AI in his butt instead of a big satellite dish. What do you want to jump to now? You know what? I'd like to take a moment and say to everyone who is upset about Good News WAN Show month, don't worry, it's temporary. We're gonna go back to just kind of doing everything after April. But so far,
it's been kind of nice.
I'm actually having way more fun.
Yeah, I'm not like angry.
Yeah. I really like Good News WAN Show so far.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel happier today because we're doing Good News WAN Show. Want to pick something?
Yeah.
Do you feel more excited to pick a topic?
Yeah, kind of.
Me too.
Yeah.
But
I scrolled through and saw a few options I wanted to talk about and landed on one that like felt very in tone with what you were just saying.
when's the last time that happened?
It's a very long time.
No, but really though.
And I'm not even using a cop out and talking about Artemis. Think about that.
That's crazy.
I found another topic that sounds really fun to talk about.
That's actually unhinged.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, do it then.
Someone made a website for scheduling play sessions to revive old multiplayer games.
Okay.
Called GameDate.
This is so cool.
This isn't necessarily new, but I don't think we've talked about it on WAN Show before. YouTuber Batty built GameDate. I think it's just YouTuber Batty. Batty. Built GameDate, a free anonymous scheduling platform for dead or underpopulated multiplayer games. People are already scheduling sessions for things like Unreal Tournament 2004, Battlefront 2, like the original one, I'm assuming, Crisis Wars, and Blur. Oh, cool. Yeah. The site recently added a full discussion board with image board style features, including green text, quote links, and a smuggler's den section specifically for surfacing useful info like server IPs, mods, patches, fan translations, stuff like that to like improve the experience. And that's, normally buried in private Discord servers, but is now easier to access. And also, it looks amazing.
Discuss.
Is this not so freaking cool?
So cool, dude.
I think that's awesome because one of the big problems with these old games is they go in a self-fulfilling death spiral where there's a few less people on every time and the server that you like jumping on, nobody's there, so you don't log on.
And nobody's at exactly the same level as you.
So no one else logs on, and then it just kind of spirals down. And this way you can kind of just spark some fun experiences playing some old games because a lot of these old multiplayer games are still awesome. They just don't have the mass that they
the
used
snowball.
to have. Yeah.
And I love that you brought up the issue with useful information being buried in a Discord because
that's from the doc, but yeah.
I know. I'm glad you brought it up because we actually I forget who I was talking to about it in the office earlier this week, but the way that so much support
it's bad.
And product and software information has moved into Discord. It's like, hey, you like my project? Come join my Discord and we talk about it. And then it just eventually
it's gone now. It's not searchable.
Gets wiped. And I was talking about how like when Pancrats did the bulk of the work getting that old VR headset to work, the Forte or whatever it was called, when we did that video on it. And the only way that he was able to do that was by digging up old documentation and old discussion around it. And we're gonna be in this this information gap, I think, right now.
Oh yeah.
When all these this exchange of information is happening on a platform that by its very nature is impermanent. And then this
I'm not gonna lie, I saw this Warcraft 3 Reforged Legion TD noob lobby and I was like, oh
yeah,
being able to jump into a Warcraft 3 custom game and be decently confident that, like, you know, based on whatever comments or other people signing up or however this works, that other people are going to be there, sounds awesome.
That is so cool. I think we're going to lose a bunch of the stream right now, though, because, like, how could they not go play freaking, I don't know, man, Dragon Ball Fighter Z party mode, 6-player 3v3 tag, like, just how freaking social does this look? Like, remember when games weren't necessarily about maximum sweat?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you could just like you could jump into a random game. People are like playing Jackbox and stuff, like just mingling.
God,
having a life, you know?
Feels really cool to use, too.
I know.
It just feels awesome.
It's delightfully retro.
Yeah.
Steam 2004, if I remember correctly, something like that.
Yeah, that's definitely the vibe that I'm feeling for sure.
So cool, man.
Really cool. And there's a decent amount, I really highly encourage people to at least check this out. There's a decent amount of like GameDate sessions on here that don't have a ton of signups yet, but they look for like really cool games. So maybe jump on and go have some fun.
Yeah, you should go check it out, because what do you have to lose? Just do something different, do something new. Man, I feel like between doom scrolling on my phone or being locked in on just that one game I play, I feel like the variety in my life was kind of reduced for a bit.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's one of the reasons that I when I was on vacation recently, I had one day before we went to South Korea with the family, and then I had 2 days when I got back for me to be on vacation. And so on the day before I left, I ordered a bunch of parts for that RC car that I've wanted to fix. And then when I got back, I was just like, I'm gonna like fix this. I'm gonna fix this RC car. Dude, I refilled my shocks earlier this week, and it turns out that oil-filled shocks should definitely have oil in them. Yeah, I didn't know it was just all completely gone.
Oh,
Yeah, it was just completely empty. And it's one of those things that changes so slowly that you press on them and you go, I mean, yeah, the springs are on there. That's a shock, right? And I don't have a ton of context for it. I don't have a whole bunch of RC cars. I don't go out to the track and, compare with other people. I'm just like, yeah, it seems like it has shocks. So no, it turns out that's why my skid plates kept breaking on the front. It was because I effectively didn't have any I didn't have any damping on the shocks.
Right, yeah.
So one of the 4 leaks. But that's half the fun. I'm going to open it back up. I'm going to put better grease on the O-ring.
Sure.
And then I'm going to seal it back up and I'm going to take it. And the ones that I have, it's for the Arma Granite 4x4 Mega 550 or something like that. The point is I'm just for the RC nerds that are like, they probably did it wrong. They're known to be bad. The shocks are like known to be leaky and bad. So at the same time as I ordered new fluid and like did the rebuild on all of these ones, I actually have new shocks in the mail. But it wasn't about that. It was about just doing something flipping different.
Yeah. Moving on.
Yeah. This. Dan has a thing.
Oh.
Yeah. You were actually excited to talk about something.
I was.
And so we got like, dude, it's like this WAN Show feels new again. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, we'll see what people think, and it'll be interesting. Like maybe we can retain at least part of this past April.
Yeah, maybe we could have a
minimum
have a quota.
Amount of
We'll have a topic diversity quota.
Yeah, something like that.
Yep.
All right.
We'll call it the.
Nope.
No. I was trying to think of something that would like be DEI or something like the DEI WAN Show.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, neither of us would be hosting it, though, I suppose.
Well,
yeah, I mean, what, him? You got to be kidding me. Another white dude with a beard?
We've hit the beard quota. We've hit...
Sorry. All right.
We're doing great.
This week we launched the Not a Bug t-shirt. This is what happens when you say, not a bug, it's a feature, a bit too many times. So the designers decided to make a cool graphic tee out of it.
It's like textured.
It's pretty sick. It's a detailed wasp, but it has like kind of circuitry built into it. Yeah. So it ends up looking like a literal digital bug. And as always, it's printed on our classic polyblend t-shirt, so it's super soft, drapes nicely, and is durable. Oh, hold on. But Luke Cam.
You see it?
It says what does that say? Is that not a bug? It's a what?
Latin.
It's Latin.
Latin.
I can't read Latin.
Latin.
What does that say?
I sort of figured it out. I had context clues.
Terrible education in Canada.
Do we say what it means on here? We just don't.
It's got Latin on it.
Well, we have a form of the English translation. It's not a bug, it's a feature.
Oh, what the heck? Okay, sure. Yeah, fine.
You can kind of suss your way through it a little bit. The Cymex or whatever, that one, I had no idea what that word was, but
okay. $34.99 USD, $29.99 CAD on the global site. Get yours today. By the way, I should probably actually check. A lot of people. I think this was probably our most successful April Fools since we sold our company to Nvidia, like really, really old one in terms of fooling people. The number of people that were like super angry about us doing an ICO like rug pull thing.
Oh, really?
Was significant. And the number of people that thought that the coin was not real was very significant. The coin is real. Linus Coin is real. You buy it. It's $20 US or $30 US. You will
$20 US or 30 Canadian dollars.
$20 US or 30 Canadian dollars. You buy it, you get this challenge coin in the mail. It's big, it's chunky, it's really cool. And then you get a credit on the store for double the value of the coin. So if you were going to buy anything in the next little bit, you should just buy the coin because you get double the value in gift card of what you spent on the coin. So it's basically free real estate.
I got a message earlier.
Girl math.
Do you get to keep the coin?
Yes. Yeah. The coin is just for you, for keeps, for fun. It's just a cool challenge coin. You can flip it when you want to make a decision or whatever. It's just a cool little collectible. It's one per household, but we've already sold through so many of them that I think we're down to about the last 1,000. So we were originally going to do 10,000, which is how many we minted ahead of time. And then 3 days before, I got to give massive credit to the Creator Warehouse engineering team, as well as the operations team for pivoting and getting this done. I was like, let's do more. So we opened up another 10,000 orders, but we're going to get those minted over the next little bit, and then it'll ship when it ships. So we're doing 20,000, but I think we've moved through about 19,000. So if you want to get one, it's a gift card. It's a discounted gift card.
It's and you get a collectible gift card.
Free collectible coin. Stephen J asks, is this a way for you to get an income stream to afford the jet? Most certainly not. It'll help with cash flow, but what I can tell you based on that, this has a cost to us. This is made of scrap metal. There were nuggets of truth in the April Fool's video. The fact that it's made of melted down waste zinc housings from our original screwdriver supplier, that's 100% true. We got screwed over on the shafts and we got screwed over on the housings. It really blew chunks. Obviously, we've done okay. We survived it. It wasn't a critical hit, but they're made of leftover remains of the original 100,000 screwdriver order, bungled up production, and They were done by a partner down in the States. So we jokingly refer to them as the 11th province in the video. A little bit of Uno reverse there. But yeah, they were actually minted onshore, which I think is really cool. So they do have like an actual cost, and then we're taking what you guys are paying for it, and then we're giving double that in credit. So it doesn't take a mathematical genius to know that we are not making money on this part of the transaction. If you guys want the inside baseball, I can tell you that our hope is that after buying a $20 coin, a $40 coin for $20, you will spend more than the $40 and maybe buy something that's not on like mega ultra discount, and load up your cart, and maybe we'll make something on it. But if you were to buy the coin for $20 and then buy a $40 item, then like we're not. That will not help us pay for anything. That will just be it'll be fun. It'll be for the lulz. It'll be a good time. Good times are had by all. That's about it.
Nice.
Right. If you're going to pick up a coin or one of the new shirts, or really, anything on the store, there's so much good stuff on the store these days. Right. Holy crap. Have we even talked about, we did talk about these. We talked about these last week.
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, fine. Flexible magnetic cable management. Now's a great time to do it because during the show, we do our checkout messages, and it's a great way to interact with the show. We don't want people just throwing money at their screens. Quite frankly, I think based on the video that went up the other day, it's fairly obvious that I'm not going to come to you guys hat in hand begging for support. We are extremely committed to making high quality products that can stand on their own right. That's why we stopped referring to it as merch. And we also don't want you just throwing your money at your screen to people who, quite frankly, should do something for you in return. So we created checkout messages, which are the way to interact with the show. All you got to do is add an item to your cart.
I got it.
Oh, Luke's on it. But there you go. Add an item to your cart. You'll see the interface to send a checkout message. Boop. Yeah, I'd like to do that. You type a little message. It goes to producer Dan, who will reply to it or pop it up on the stream, or will curate it for me and Luke to respond to. So why don't we go ahead and do a couple of those, and let's chat. Let's chat with y'all.
Yeah, I'm getting so many in right now that people have been told that the coin is not fake.
See, I knew it. It was too believable, Luke.
It was really chill up until that point. What have you done? Okay, whatever. Hello, so many. Hello, Linus, Luke, and Dan. I'm curious what motivated the decision to tear the tech house to studs instead of wiring in the crawl or toe boards, especially with asbestos.
So that is actually why. Not gonna lie, tech house is over budget. It's behind schedule and over budget. Classic
Color me surprised.
Classic LTT
times 4.
But there's a number of considerations. Okay, so first of all, me putting a hammer through the wall and discovering asbestos was obviously movie magic. We knew there was asbestos involved, and we did work with the seller on that knowledge. And fully intended to deal with it. But we didn't know exactly how much there was, because testing for asbestos is not as simple as you just getting in there and smelling it. Like it's not that simple. You need to take actual samples of the materials,
sniff ASMR,
analyze them. You have to go sniff them at home or in a laboratory somewhere. So we knew about the asbestos, we just didn't know the full extent of it. But what we did know for sure was that around the entire perimeter of the house, there was asbestos for days. So what we did was we started some of the demolition. So you guys saw that video. I saw a lot of speculation that Linus was not the one who actually cleared out the basement because he has lackeys for that. Unfortunately, all of my lackeys, you guys may or may not have noticed, that were there that day were a solid 7 inches taller than me. I was definitely the one in the basement. Nobody else would have even fit. Anyhow, so we did the demo video, and then we hired professionals to come in and have a look at the perimeter. So they looked at the perimeter, and they looked at some of the other stuff, and what we found out was that the caulking or the glue or whatever it is that was used for the electrical wiring.
Okay.
contained asbestos. So once we found that out, what are we even talking about here? What are we gonna do? We're gonna cut the drywall. We're gonna follow every wire and find every spot where it's got any glue on it. No, you rip the drywall off. You take your lumps, and it was important to us that whoever ends up in this place, we're dealing with the issues, right? Like we have a brand to protect. I have my personal reputation to protect, believe it or not, and I take that extremely seriously, especially when it comes to issues around safety. So there was no way that we were just going to like sweep literal asbestos under the rug.
Yeah.
Right. Like, so once we discovered that, and they had to like cut a bunch of the wiring in order to get it out. So once they're cutting all the electrical wiring, we got to go down to studs. So we're going to have some updates for you guys soon. It did end up costing like 30 plus grand or something like that for all of the removal, which blows. But hey, we're gonna make a lot of videos in there, and actually going down to studs does open up some pretty exciting options that we've been talking about. Like one of the ideas was, that have you watched the Tech House tour video? Have you even been there yet?
No, I've not been there.
Oh, okay, well, whatever. There's this cabinet at the back of what's going to be like the upstairs kind of like theater, like TV watching area. And we were like, oh, that'd be like sick as like an equipment cabinet. Well, we didn't think about it until the drywall was off, but it's like right above the garage. So without doing any HVAC or anything in there, we could just have like passive venting that just like dumps all the heat from there into the garage rather than dumping it up into that already going to be like a pretty warm room, and it might be kind of hard on the HVAC. So just like little things like that will be much easier to do now that we've got the drywall off. I do fully recognize that this has all of a sudden turned into like a full home renovation as opposed to like tech makeover. So Tech House 2, okay, I'm putting my foot down.
Tech House 2?
We're not taking it down to studs. It'll be, we'll have to kind of...
You're already committing to
We'll
Tech
have to
House
adapt
2?
around it. Well, honestly, I'm having so much fun already with Tech House 1.
I have heard through the grapevine that you're having a lot of fun.
It's cool.
Yeah, I just find it interesting that it's like gotten to me, not even from you, of people just being like, wow, yeah, it's like he just seems like really like excited and like he's having a good time.
Luke, do you have any idea how much I would rather crawl around in a dirty, moldy, disgusting basement, just like finding little treasures and bringing them up to troll the team, compared to sitting in a boardroom?
No, I fully understand. Trust me. Yeah, I got you. I get it. Yeah.
Like it's, I don't know, man. It's fun. The Tech House series feels like classic LTT.
I remember when I was it must have been like grade 5 or 6 or something. I was in elementary school. The principal came into our class and was like, I need some help moving effectively furniture.
Nice.
And he pointed at like me and a couple other...
As he would.
Yeah. And we went out and helped them move around like a bunch of benches and like stuff to set up. It was some like big event that was happening in the gym. And I remembered thinking like as I was walking back to class, I was like, I don't know exactly what I want to do as a job when I'm older, but I'd love if it was like going somewhere and doing a task, if that makes sense. And now I sit in.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's the Good News WAN Show. Was this story supposed to have a happy ending?
This is not really a Good News WAN Show. I think it's like, I understand why you like it.
Yeah.
Like, I wasn't surprised when people are like, yeah, he's having a good time. I'm like, yeah, because he's out doing stuff. Like, it makes sense.
It's so much more fun. We have to find a way. Like I told you earlier in the show, like I wrote a video yesterday, like just spontaneously.
Yeah.
Like we had a cool idea because we saw like an interesting topic. I had a little brainstorm, which I often do. I'll sit and I'll do like an entire scrum for a video. I'll lay out an outline and then I'll walk away and then we'll just like, I don't know, we'll make it in like 3 weeks or we'll just never make it or whatever. But we didn't. We agiled up. Nice. And we were just like, okay.
No waterfalls.
Okay, you're making this. We scheduled you time. Go to your office.
Yeah.
Go write it.
Good.
And so I did. I sat and I just wrote it. And it's funny because I have written more than probably a lot of the audience realizes because I'm kind of a perfectionist about certain things. And so some of the videos that like have a writer credit on them, I basically wrote them. I edit very heavily sometimes. And yes, I feel really good whenever I see a comment on it that's like, hey, and the other person who's credited as the writer, wow, they did a really good job. I'm like, I'll just quietly feel good about it. But in terms of
can you just have both of you on there?
From scratch though,
okay,
I very rarely get to do it these days.
Yeah.
And in some ways, it's funny. I was telling Yvonne when I came home, I was like, my brain's tired, but like a good tired. It's a different kind of tired. Editing someone else's work, which is where I've flexed my brain muscle the most for the last 5, 6, 7 years. Nice. I'm like used to it, and like that muscle's like hard, but it's like an uncomfortable kind of hard.
It's tense.
Whereas like the just from scratch, just writing it muscle, I haven't flexed it as much, but it was like, you know, like after a workout when you're like good tired, when you lie in your bed and you're just like, God, I'm tired. Oh, I'm gonna sleep like a baby.
Are you taking
this is
stuff
amazing. No, I'm not yet. But like, it was that kind of brain tired. It was so good.
I'm sending you a message.
Yeah, I've completely forgotten what is even called.
I know, that's why I'm sending you the message.
He wants me to take herbal supplements and remedies. No, I'm just bugging you. I'm just bugging you. He's going full in on natural health products. He's not, and it's not health advice. Neither of us knows. We don't know. We don't know anything.
Yeah, don't listen. The thing we're talking about, because people started guessing last time and it was way worse, but so I'll just say it. But I'm trying to get him to take creatine monohydrate. Don't listen to me. Do your own research. Go have fun. I am not a doctor. Hooray.
Cool. Good chat.
Thanks. I'm talking to him. I'm not talking to you.
Yeah. I mean, they know that, right? Like we're just talking to each other.
They know that. Oh,
none of this is advice. I didn't see you there. Was that one checkout message?
Yeah, I've got like 100, so let's move on.
Nice.
Hi, Dan.exe. Yeah, listen to it again. Luke Long Torso and Gabriel Danger.
That's an amazing name for you. I really like Gabriel Danger. That's freaking awesome.
That's great.
Okay.
Linus,
I might whip that out sometime.
let's go with Gabriel. Do you think it would be Sir Mr. Danger? Do you think it would be fun to have the kids react to their or each other's videos of you building PCs with them when they were 3?
Oh, yes, it's fun. We've done it multiple times. It's actually something that we have done as a family at least twice. Sat and watched them all with all the kids. And I have done at least once with 2 of my kids on 2 separate occasions when their friends are over. What? I gotta be an embarrassing dad?
Yeah.
Come on! That is completely in character for me.
Yeah.
Completely.
Definitely.
And it's one of those things where, like, I've always had a complicated relationship with the idea of featuring our kids in our videos, especially when they were younger. Now that they're bigger, it's changing a lot. My perspective has changed quite a lot. We compensate them for their on-time camera. We always have. They are reaching a point, especially my son, where they have had experiences of what it's like to be recognized in public for who they are.
Oh, really?
Oh, well, yeah. Oh, man, come on. Do you think the kids at school don't know what the LTT is? Like,
I feel like that's different than a random encounter. I feel like they're both very impactful,
Sure.
but in different ways and for different reasons.
but do you think the school sports ball team doesn't go to other schools
There you go.
and stuff? Yeah, like it just happens, right? And so, they're reaching the point now where, and obviously I'm a dad, super biased, but I have super smart kids. They're great kids where we can have conversations about it. But in the early days, before they were even remotely able to understand or consent to anything, I had a very complicated relationship with it. I mean, obviously, like any parent, I love my kids. I want to show them off. But I didn't want to turn them into like a commodity for the enrichment of the company.
Yeah.
And so those 3-year-old builds were just like, they felt at the time almost like a lapse in judgment with the first one, and then like something that we had to do with the other two because we did it with the first one, and we didn't want the classic. The firstborn got all the love and attention, and why are there only pictures of my brother? Like we didn't want to do that. Looking back at it now, I am so glad we did it. I wish we'd done more. Because they're such a cool little time capsule. They're one of the only times, like Yvonne and I are such like busy parents. We only almost exclusively have pictures of our kids taken on our phones, which like if you saw Marquez's every iPhone, the same picture on every iPhone thing that he did recently, he did a short or something. Yeah, anyway, he did it. And, you know, when I was taking pictures with my phone 10 years ago, it was not great. And so those videos are one of the only pieces of media that exist of my kids that were shot professionally.
Fair enough.
So
a lot of people will never have any, really.
Yeah. So it was really cool. Yes, I've done that. Thank you for your wonderful
Don't.
checkout message.
I'm going to throw you one more checkout message just because we've got a lot coming in.
Oh,
tough question for Linus. Do you have a favorite cat?
Oh, dude. Okay, look, I love all my cats equally. Actually, I don't. They're just animals, and I don't.
He's animal farming it.
I don't actually have the same rules about, you know, my cats and as I do about like people and my family and stuff. I can love
them better.
I can love one cat better than another cat. My favorite is the orange, and I'm trying to find. I must have taken it on Yvonne's phone. I'm gonna ask her to send it to me. She did this thing when she was a kitten. Can I have that picture of Missy on you for when? So she did this thing when she was a kitten, where she would actually crawl like right up in here when we were in bed, and she would like sleep like in our necks. And then when she reached like adolescence, every once in a while, she would like crawl under the covers and just like camp herself between your thighs and just like hang there. And then for a long time, like 6 months, she didn't do it at all. And I don't know what happened, but over the last week or so, she's just become the biggest mama's girl on the face of the earth. And she's been like sleeping like for hours at night, just like up on Yvonne's chest or like next to her leg. And last night she hung out like right between us. So she was the middle spoon. She's just being she's dumb. You know, like sometimes it's not often true, but sometimes stereotypes exist for a reason. She's got a single orange brain cell, and it's firing at half capacity. but she's sweet and dumb, you know? She's just dumb and sweet. She's just such a sweet, dumb little girl.
Wow.
Yeah, our orange.
Really hammer it in there.
Yeah. And she's such trouble, you know? So her name is actually Mischief. Missy is for short. She's trouble. She's just dumb trouble, but you can't get mad at her. She's just too cute. Brownie's probably the overall family favorite, though. I'd say, you know what? Man, Noodle's really great too. He's weird. He's a weird cat.
It's a weird name. It makes sense.
Yeah, like he'll like run away from me all day, and then I'll have insomnia. And I won't be able to sleep, and I'll be like up getting a snack at 2 a.m, and he like will almost kill me multiple times as I'm walking down the stairs, rubbing up against my legs and just like looking up at me, and like he'll get up on his back legs and he'll like reach up and like he'll like grab onto me and stuff so that I can't walk away from him. Like, bro, where's all this love like the rest of the time? Yeah, they're all really great. I love cats. Anytime someone tells me they don't like cats, I basically just go, I'm sorry that you haven't met the right cat yet, because they're awesome.
Probably just dog people, and their dog was terrorized by a cat, so they just didn't like cats.
Maybe that's it. I mean, I'm a dog person too. I love dogs. They're just too much work, and I did so much animal care as a kid that I wanted low maintenance animals. Horses they're so much flipping work.
Yeah,
and
cool though.
Oh, they're amazing. Oh, I love horses. Horses are. If I had to pick a favorite animal, it would probably be horses. If I'm being honest with myself, we had Arabs, particular breed of horse, not like people from certain regions of Earth. Like Arabian horses. So we had Arabs when I was growing up.
Oh my God, I don't know how many people questioned that, but all right. Sounds good.
I'm just making sure. I mean, we had that whole incident that one time where I didn't know what a word meant and there was some ambiguity. I'm just getting out ahead of it, Luke. I'm getting out ahead of it.
Sure.
I'm my own Neo. I dodge my own bullets now. Anyway, we had Arabs, and they have so much.
It's some hard Arabs.
Stop saying it. Just say horses.
It's a breed of horse.
Just say horse then.
And they're known for being somewhat headstrong. And
the Arabs.
Yes, the Arab horses. And so all three of our horses, they were ladies, and they just...
So Arab ladies are headstrong.
I don't know what it is. I like animals that don't give you unconditional love.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Dogs almost feel too easy. In a way. I love dogs too. Like our dog Buster, he would sleep in my room all the time. We were like BFFs during those years. He was like the best dog we ever had. Love dogs. But in some ways, like I almost have like I have this thing where stuff doesn't feel, I don't like the easy path. Which you know very well. I don't like the easy path, okay? And I don't feel as deep a sense of accomplishment if I didn't work for something. Mm-hmm. And cats and horses are like that. They can be the most loving, sweet animals. They absolutely have emotions. Anyone who tells you that, a dog especially doesn't, feel, just I don't know how to account for that. They're clearly not looking. They're clearly not open to it, mm-hmm. right? And cats and horses are absolutely the same. But they have that edge. They weren't domesticated, grand scheme of things, that long ago. And so, horses, they'll do stuff, right? They'll just like, man, you'd be working on them, right? You'd be shoveling shit in their stall, or you'd be, brushing them down, or you're doing whatever it is that you're doing. And they do this thing. They do this thing where they'll look away and they'll step on your foot. And look, they unless they're really trying to hurt you, they won't step hard. But they're just letting you know. They won't break your foot unless they want to. They don't put all their weight on it. They just let you know. They let you know. One of ours was being
one of the Arabs.
One of our Arabs. Her name was Crazy. Actually, it was Keela, but we called her Crazy because she was. Okay, let me put it this way. When the vet came to artificially inseminate her, which we only had to do because she kept fighting the stallions, the vet said they put enough trank in her to take down a rhino. And she still, she was like still kicking. She was, boy, did that thing ever have spirit. She was, what an incredible horse. Loved her. Anyway, so I was riding her one day, and another thing that horses will do is they'll test you, right? They'll test you. They want to know, like, who's in control here. They always want to know. They're always testing the limits. And one of the things that they'll do is they'll go near trees and branches and stuff, and they'll bug you. They'll know the path is this wide, and there's a skinny sliver right over here that has a branch hanging over it, and they'll try to take that route just to give you a little branch in the face. Anyway, she got kind of spooked by something, some noise or some animal or some smell. You never know, right? They can smell things from like miles away. And she kind of got spooked, and she kind of took off, and then she kind of settled a little bit, but we were still going a little fast, and I was like trying to get her under control, and she just, was not having it, and she went under a thick branch. And I saw it coming, and I got down, and I had a helmet on, thankfully, but I got down flat on her, and it still hit me, like right in the head, and pushed me right off the back of the horse. And she took maybe another 3 steps, and she stopped. And she looked back, and you could tell in that moment, she didn't mean to do that. She was like, "Oh shit, I'm sorry." Like that was, I meant to sass you. I didn't mean to hurt you.
Yeah.
And so I went over, it was like, gave her the, like, you can't, okay, you can, but I wouldn't. But I gave her a little, like, one of these, like, don't do that. She stood there. Mm-hmm. Got back up and was like, okay, and gave her a little kick. Okay, are we going to have a good ride here? Mm-hmm. That was probably the best behaved that she ever was. And you can't convince me. You will never convince me in 1,000 years that an animal you can have that kind of a relationship with and that kind of an experience with doesn't understand that they're just a dumb animal. Yeah, so I love horses, even when they're bad.
There's this. I've heard this thing about how they can lock their like joints and tendons, so that standing uses like an incredibly low amount of energy.
I didn't
like
know that.
mind-blowingly low amount of energy.
That's a fun
because
horse fact.
they're prey animals. Realistically,
Yeah.
you look at the eye position and stuff.
They definitely are.
So they don't want to, and it can take a lot to get a horse. Especially if it's like laying down, like on its side, it can take a lot to get it all the way up.
Yeah. So
they want to be able to just basically stand all the time. And there's this whole thing where like you'll see, if you're like sitting down and a horse like lays down next to you or whatever, it's actually a very high level sign of trust.
Really? Because I was about to say we only had one horse that would
I've heard this
would lie down. And it was the foal that Crazy eventually birthed. Her name was Trixie, and she would lie down in the hay, not like the bedding hay, like the food hay. So the other horses would be like standing and like eating the hay, and she would just be chilling in the middle of it. That was her jam, which I've never seen before. I have to assume that she like watched one of the dogs do it or something, because that's not horse behavior.
Yeah, probably.
Anyway. All right. 2 more topics, says Dan, the producer.
It's on the sign. I didn't say it.
Dude, I love this is slightly off topic still, but I love when you see like animals raised by other random animals. Like birds that are like, if it's a single bird and a bunch of dogs, it'll like bark at stuff. It's just like so funny. You see all these like just little like, oh, it learned that from, it was alone for whatever reason, but it was around a bunch of other ones, and it learned that habit from that other animal.
That's so cool.
I think it's very, very funny. Anyways,
let's talk about TurboQuant. This was another contributor to potentially the Rampocalypse easing at least a little bit, we hope. Do you want to do it?
Yeah, Google Research published a blog post on a compression algorithm called TurboQuant. I'm good. The people who started this whole thing and then stopped paying attention have now released another blog post that has a lot of impact by reducing the memory footprint of the key value cache of large language models by 6x with zero accuracy loss and no retraining required.
That's crazy.
Jeez. How it works. Bunch of math over here. Feel free to skip it. We'll touch on it. LLMs encode text in the form of vectors. The key value cache is a digital cheat sheet that stores these vectors so the model doesn't have to recompute them from scratch every time it generates a new word. As a chat session progresses, the KV cache eats more and more GPU memory, which is a problem because it's storing the whole history of the entire conversation. It re-regurgitates it like every time.
Which is why LLMs get so stupid once you have exceeded some reasonable amount of memory that they have allocated to your conversation.
Yeah, the KV cache gets compressed over the course of a chat session, but existing compression techniques have to store extra normalization data alongside the compression values, which partially undoes said compression. TurboQuant solves this in 2 steps. 1, polar quant. I love that, just
cold,
sick word paired with quant. Eliminates compression overhead by converting vectors into polar coordinates, encoding them with an angle and a distance instead of x and y, which removes the need for that extra data. Okay, cool.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah,
that's almost like the end-to-end compression, like obvious if you think about it, kind of like moment from Silicon Valley. Like instead of storing all of this, we just store how you get there.
Sure. Yeah.
That's so cool.
A second technique called QJL, or quantized Johnson-Linden-Strauss, sick, applies a 1-bit error correction to clean up any residual errors. Nice. Which apparently has no negative impact, at least they're saying up above. Together, these improve compression efficiency, taking memory usage from 16 bits per number down to just 3. Yeah, damn. This compression technique effectively improves inference economics. Wow, very fun. Letting you either extend the context window or serve more users with fewer GPUs, which in both cases is save money. It's important to note that TurboQuant does not compress the model itself. The model stays the same size. It only compresses the information that is generated during a chat session. Google tested it across standard benchmarks using open source models, Gemma, Mistral, Llama, and got perfect scores on needle in haystack tests while achieving up to 8x speed up in attention computation on Nvidia H100 GPUs compared to uncompressed baselines. The initial market reaction was a bit of panic when this paired with the OpenAI
decommit. We haven't talked about that yet.
Okay, so
we'll talk about it a little bit later. Yeah.
But those two things paired caused some market panic as investors started recalculating how much physical memory the AI industry actually needs. Within hours of Google's blog post, memory stocks dropped. Micron fell 3%, Western Digital lost 4.7%, and SanDisk dropped 5.7%.
Now those the second two are kind of funny to me because neither of them makes RAM, but I'm sure there's a reason for this.
Dude, over the pandemic, there was what was Zoom? Zoom started getting used a lot, and some other stock called Zoom that wasn't the chat system went to the moon because people didn't even do enough research to make sure they were investing in the right thing. The stock market is hilarious. Analysts are saying that it is likely another DeepSeek moment, referring to how the release of the cheaper and also open source DeepSeek model back in 2025 back in my day, caused $1 trillion market panic before anyone even realized that cheaper AI just means that more people are going to use it. SanDisk's CFO reinforced that theory when he told Bank of America analysts that he actually expects the improved efficiency to boost demand by making AI deployments more accessible. The bigger picture here is that this could be part of a shift where compression and efficiency breakthroughs may start to matter more than how big you can make your model. And that honestly does make sense to me. And techniques like TurboQuant are what could get AI to run locally in a more efficient way. And this is interesting because honestly, for a huge percentage of users, it kind of can do enough for what it is right now. But anyway, so making it more efficient would make sense. A couple of caveats here, mostly for reference, but I'm going to say them anyways because this is a pretty interesting topic. The underlying research is actually about a year old. The paper first appeared on Arxiv in April of 2025, but it's getting more attention now ahead of its formal presentation at ICLR 2026 later this month. Google hasn't released official code, but independent devs are already building working implementations from the paper alone. And the real thing to watch is whether major frameworks like Llama.CCP, CPP, OLlama, or VLLM merge it in. Wow. Actually, like, super cool. Not even just for the home labbers trying to run their own stuff, which this is sick for, but also anyone trying to build a computer, because dear God, hopefully RAM prices come down.
And I also...
Arxiv is actually pronounced archive. The X is Greek. Sure. Whatever.
All right. I
Thanks.
Oh, man. Hear me out. Maybe we don't use this efficiency to just build even more AI, like the SanDisk guy said. I actually don't think so. Based on OpenAI shutting down Sora 2 and just kind of going, oh yeah, forget it. Based on that, pretty much every app I touch already has AI in it. Is that really the outcome that we're expecting from this, or do we expect them to finally return to some semblance of fiscal responsibility with this build out?
I don't know what to expect with any of this stuff anymore, to be honest. It's that whole, like, the market can stay rational longer than you can stay solvent
Irrational,
thing.
But yes.
Yeah, sure.
Am I just is this just wishful thinking for me? Or are we actually, seeing a return to sanity?
I don't think we are going to fully return.
No, I don't think we're going to fully return ever, but tulips are still worth $17. They're not worthless.
Considering the level of impact that this is talking about, 6x reduction, paired with, and you still need the initial VRAM to load the freaking model because they're not making the model smaller, blah, 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 blah. But it's still a significant reduction of something.
If the inference can get cheaper, that's still a good thing.
Oh, yeah. That paired with the Sam Altman stuff that we'll talk about shortly.
Oh, yeah. We can just do that now.
We probably should. Those two things paired, I suspect, will cause an impact. I don't think it's going to be super massive. But I do think it'll bring things down a little bit. It already has.
This is a great tweet from our fellow Canadian bros over at Hardware Canucks. It's going to load eventually, but this site is slow these days. Turns out Sam Altman buying up 40% of DRAM wafers was actually him writing letters of intent. Letters he supposedly had/has no intention of converting to actual purchases now. And memory manufacturers are just getting dumped on today. This was from March 30th, so this was earlier this week.
Yeah, the problem is that hasn't stayed true.
No, but there are other signals.
Because this is, and I don't know what they were using. I don't know if he was using Google stock, whatever, but 5 days they're up. 1 days they're barely down.
So they've recovered to where they were.
Yeah. And this is what I'm saying. It's people heard this news and then went, no, all right. Back to business.
I think we're going to return to a little bit of sanity here. I think that if people can buy less hyper expensive memory, because here's something to remember too, guys. The memory is getting way more expensive for gamers in the current climate. The memory is also getting way more expensive for these giant build-outs.
Yeah, I just think I don't think TurboQuant is going to make as much of an impact as people think. 6x reduction on inference memory sounds awesome. You still got to load those models. There's still a lot else going on. Most people that I see when they're speccing out home lab, I've been trying to do some research because I'd really like to have a home lab LLM setup thing at some point.
Yeah.
But RAM's just freaking expensive. But most people that I see speccing out systems for that are not talking about do you have enough memory for inference. They're talking about do you have enough memory to load the model. So I don't know how much that's going to move the needle. I don't have a ton of experience running these myself, hence I haven't built one yet. Mm-hmm. But just the looking around on the Level 1 Text forum or whatever else I've been doing, I don't see people min-maxing for that. Now, great. You know what? It sounds good, and maybe it will reduce a little bit of demand. I don't know on the data center level, but I think that this is why when you said earlier, like, oh, the market drop was because of this. That might even be true. I have no idea what's going on with the markets, but to me, the more real thing feels like the letters of intent being maybe not super legit from Sam Altman.
Well, because he said publicly now that, yeah, that number that I kind of had planned before, it's actually going to be a lot lower from my understanding.
Yeah. So that's more real to me. That's like this part of the circle of moving money around that has been a huge part of the whole bubble around this AI stuff.
Yep. And that has created pressure for everyone else to build faster than they can.
Yeah.
So that there isn't just like one company left standing that has all the capacity.
Yeah. That is cracking a little bit. This is a sign of a crack.
I hope so.
And that's where I have a lot more hope. This TurboQuant thing sounds super cool on like a technical level and stuff. It sounds awesome. I don't know how much that is going to cause a reduction in demand of RAM in reality. But the Sam Altman thing is like, ooh, there was the crack that was them adding ads into their thing where they were like, this would be the last ditch thing we would ever do, and then they did it like 2 months later. And this is another one of those cracks where it's like, yeah, we want to buy all this RAM, and then maybe not. Maybe we don't actually need that much. And there's this like, you know, this standoff of who's going to say that they don't have the capital and the desire first. And this is OpenAI saying that maybe they don't actually have as much capital and desire as they had previously thought, which is a big statement.
Then there's the Oracle layoffs.
And the Oracle layoffs and like all these other kind of things happening. And it's like, okay, maybe it's slowing down a little bit.
What else we got today?
Yeah.
Oh, the WAN Show channel is live. We are multi-streaming. LMG Clips is officially rebranded to the WAN Show. This is part of the transition where WAN Show is now officially co-owned 50-50 by me and Luke. And in the event that anything, ever happens, this was our way of kind of safeguarding WAN Show and making sure that it can just continue to exist. And part of that is having it continue to exist on a separate channel, youtube.com/@WAN Show, at WAN Show. This one right here. So we are multi-streaming to this one and LTT for the time being. But over time, we are going to be moving to exclusively that channel. So this is a soft transition. And apparently we are actually moving forward with my hilarious plan where we're going to reduce the bitrate on the Linus Tech Tips channel slowly, week over week, until people kind of go, oh, okay, all right, okay.
When is that starting?
I think next week, right? Or Dan, are you still working on the technical side of that?
No, I offered to do it today. We should be good to start next week.
Okay.
Oh, okay. My notes say Dan is working on it, so I assumed that was right.
I don't know who wrote that.
Cool.
I have 3 encoders, and I've set up the second one to have adjustable bitrate.
Hilarious.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Adjustable bitrate. Is there a way, because I don't think you can with OBS, can you change the bitrate during the stream?
No, the encoder gets locked.
That would be sociopathic. Like
really
starting
fun.
the show at high quality and then slowly degrading it.
But I don't think so, right?
I could probably do that with one of the cameras.
Oh.
Maybe? I can't adjust the encoder once it's running.
I lean away from this. This is next level unhinged, you guys.
This is just curiosity, really. I'm not actually like suggesting
Can I
to do
put
it.
filters on this?
I just like for me, like if I screw up the bitrate on a stream that I start, I have to end the stream to change it. That's my level of.
Got it.
So I'm like, whoa.
I mean, that's not going to work.
That's just a filter, though.
Yeah, that's just blur.
Yeah, you could tell that was just blur.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Dan's
low
cooking.
bitrate feels kind of unique. I don't know.
I wonder if we could data mosh live. That would be kind of fun. I'm going to try that. We don't really move around enough, but
yeah,
if you guys do this.
Confetti cannon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that would work.
All right. We're supposed to do the Floatplane announcement for this week.
Yeah.
We've had 88 weeks of documentation showcasing why WAN was late. Has why WAN Late been running for over a year? Oh.
I guess.
And
almost 2.
Although episode 21 is out, Linus still hasn't done a punishment for being the most late last season.
Oh.
If you have a suggestion for what Linus should have to do on the WAN show as his punishment, let us know in the comments on that most recent episode. Oh, I see. So it's over on Floatplane. Here it is. Linus showcases his Linux issues. Why is WAN Late episode 21? Okay. All right, good. Thank you, Sammy, for that very innovative engagement idea. I guess I have to do the thing. Anyway, while you're over there checking it out at lmg.gg/floatplane, we also have, some extras for you. Oh, cool. This is great. Early access. He needs a NAS. This is really funny. It's actually in the intro of the video, but Plouffe goes, have you noticed that in all the years I've worked here, I have never done anything with storage or networking? And I was like, oh yeah. No, I did not notice that, but yes, now that you say it. So it's just because it wasn't an area of expertise for him. And as part of rectifying that and also solving some just data management issues, and also because that man just cannot help himself. A new hobby shows up and he's like, oh yay, new hobby. He built himself a NAS. It's a really good video. His timing is terrible, but yeah, as you well know.
Yeah.
But he had a really good time doing it, and it's a really good video.
That's cool.
We also are finally releasing this.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's
hold on. I'm just going to change this title a little bit.
Talking about us being slow.
Look, there was a lot of moving pieces on this one. Adam went all the way to NASA to find out how far away a panel has to be from a fan before it impacts the performance. It's a pretty cool video
I've
with
been
some
waiting to see it for so long.
Next level real science. It was filmed so long ago that it talks about the Artemis missions in the future tense.
Yep.
Which I guess that's up early access over on Floatplane.
Don't yet, because I want to show something fun. Some people haven't noticed that Floatplane also joined in on the festivities of April 1st.
Oh.
So we added loot boxes in the top right-hand corner. You can see up here, there's a little loot box icon.
All right.
And it's pretty innocent. This is all it does. You click it, it does a little animation, and then it pops open, and you get served a random video that you have access to. Wow. They added a Linus hole to this.
That's because I got a prototype.
What a pull!
I got a prototype of this.
That's a.
I had some feedback.
That's a rare Pokemon card right there. But yeah, it's kind of fun. So maybe check it out and click the loot box.
All right, cool. We're supposed to do sponsors 1 and 2. The show is brought to you today by dBrand. Are you spending too much time doom scrolling on your phone and playing Xbox while watching the WAN show? You need to touch some grass, friend. Good news, though. dBrand has brought back their limited edition Touch Grass lineup of skins this year. So you don't have to give up endlessly looking at reels to get that sweet outdoors dopamine hit. There's no need to leave the couch to feel the sweet tickle of a meadow brushing against your fingertips. And they've even paired it with their new Blue Sky skin. So you're going to really feel like you're outside. And with gas prices as expensive as they are, a dBrand skin is probably cheaper than driving to the end of your driveway to touch real grass. Thank you for that, dBrand. That's good talking points. So bring the outdoors right to the palm of your hands. All you have to do is go to shortlinus.com, and you too can experience nature from the comfort of your couch. I actually saw my first touchgrass skin in the wild at that recent event at Sony in Japan. It was another reporter, and I don't know if I'm supposed to talk about this, but one of the reasons that dBrand told me that they made it a limited edition in the first place was that they had concerns about the durability of it.
Yeah.
So when I saw her MacBook, I was really impressed with how good it still looked. And that sort of aligns with dBrand's decision to bring it back. It ended up being, in my opinion, this is my opinion now, not dBrand, it ended up being, in my opinion, a better lasting look than I expected. It's pretty cool.
I'm wondering if you can,
right
yeah, dude, my like gape mouth at the beginning was because that looks amazing.
Well, yeah.
A green Xbox, a green textured Xbox looks awesome. I'm kind of a bit of a hater of the Xbox. Just a black rectangle is very boring, but
that's sick.
Yeah, the touch grass thing. I also think it could be kind of fun, if I can scroll past this, to try to match up some of the blue sky and touch grass. I don't know. I don't know if you can do a mixture thing when you're checking out, but if you could make like Windows XP background bliss style, that'd be kind of sweet, actually.
I do wonder how dBrand would do just like selling bulk skin of their skins if you
I
could
feel
just
like
buy
I'd probably buy some touch grass.
Yeah, if you could just buy like a 2 foot by 2 foot sheet or a 1 by 2 or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've considered it. Legitimately, this is not a conversation I've had with anybody over there. But
yeah,
let's move on to our next sponsor. Sorry, we went a little long on this one. The show is also brought to you by Odoo. Your business doesn't need separate apps for things like tracking sales, managing payroll, or juggling inventory and manufacturing. Our sponsor, Odoo, can help you keep your entire business operating on one simple platform. When you start a project, you can pop everything you need right into Odoo's CRM app to help you break down what stage of production it's in with things like budget and urgency easily displayed. Then, if your product or service is ready to hit the market, without leaving Odoo, you can start setting up a point of sale interface, making it easy to get things into customers' hands. Odoo is going to save you more time and headaches with inventory because you can set up replenishment strategies with min-max rules, and Odoo can even order more supplies auto-magically. And one of the best parts? If you only need one application, check that out over on the left. Odoo will let you use it for free. So if your business is smaller and only needs something like an e-signature tool, but you're currently paying for one, why not use Odoo's free option? Book a demo with a member of their team or get started with a 15-day trial, no credit card required at odoo.com/WAN. All right.
hold on.
I'm holding on. Hold on to what? Your microphone?
It comes with one.
And something else? Sorry, it comes with
If you buy the touch grass skin,
Oh.
it comes with,
a free blue sky skin.
and the little clippy says it as well.
Oh, adorable.
So I am genuinely interested to see if someone can make like a Bliss style build through a combination of both.
They were way ahead of you.
Yeah, it's cool.
Classic dBrand.
Yeah, it's sweet.
All right. Should we do Gmail? Now lets you change your old email name without deleting your account. Google is now letting all US Gmail users change the part of their email address before the @gmail.com. Your old address stays connected as an alias, so emails sent to it will still reach your inbox. That's pretty based.
That is awesome, especially if you have like some ancient,
What's your most embarrassing email alias?
well, I don't have it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
ladiesboy54@hotmail.com.
Sorry, was that ladies or lady?
Ladies.
You sure it wasn't Lady Boy? I'm just wondering.
No, this was ladies.
It was
I
Ladies
was like,
Ladies Boy.
I think this would have been like literally like grade 5 or something.
Early bloomer. Wow.
Oh
okay.
yeah. Oh yeah. I was ready to go.
Ladies Boy. All right. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've talked about mine before, but mine's probably Moo the cow at hotmail.com. That was not. And it had underscores too. So whenever I had to whenever I had to say it, I just felt like such an idiot. Yeah, it's moo_the_cow. And this is in the early days of email. So occasionally people would start writing the word underscore because like they didn't know what it was and stuff. It was not good times. I'm really glad that I moved on from that. But my later Hotmail actually is not much better. It's whatever. It was the_peanuts_gallery at hotmail.com.
So long.
Yeah, it's really long. Thank you. It's the first time anyone's ever said that to me.
Yeah.
But it's very funny, at least, because like the peanut gallery is like, the scrub like riffraff, throwing the peanuts or whatever. That's my understanding of it anyway. And so I was just like, yeah, I'm a riffraff, troublemaker. But then I changed it to peanuts because my name is Linus. Anyway, I don't use that anymore either. I think I'll just have to keep my work email forever at this point. Everything is tied to it. So I'll just keep that domain forever, maybe.
I've done pretty good at keeping separation of church and state in regards to
you
emails.
should. I had so much stuff in my NCIX email that I really shouldn't have. And that was a problem a couple times.
I also had a bit of a shock because of losing the Floatplane Club stuff.
Right.
And then it was like, I need to remember that these things are like
right. We used to use floatplaneclub.com instead of floatplane.com.
Yeah.
I actually forget the whole story of getting the Floatplane domain. Well, I'd have to go back and watch the WAN show to know the story again. My
good documentation for it is gone because it was in the drive of Floatplane Club. But I know most of the steps that happened.
I know we flew down in person.
You did.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I did.
Yeah.
I know that I had knocked on a literal actual door to get in touch with the guy.
Yeah.
Which will never not be an amazing story.
Yeah. I'm pretty confident on the details, but I know that we have said the story on a previous WAN show, so someone's probably got a link to that.
We just have to find it.
And it was stonemason. Someone said he was a Mormon. I think it was stonemasons. It's a wild story, to be honest.
It's pretty cool.
But yeah, I don't want to do it injustice by saying it wrong. So
want some more good news?
Look it up. Yes.
It's good news when
Yes.
Spotify is adding an exclusive mode audio file feature for Windows PCs. This gives premium subscribers bit-perfect audio playback up to 24-bit 44.1 kilohertz FLAC. So just actually imperceptible from perfect quality.
Yeah.
This bypasses Windows Audio Mixer and hands Spotify full control of the audio chain. This means that while exclusive mode is on, no other apps can play audio through the same device, which is probably fine. And features like auto mix and crossfade need to be turned off to actually achieve bit perfect output. But hey,
that's really cool.
That's really cool.
That's sweet.
I mean, they only recently added lossless streaming last September, years behind Tidal, Apple Music, and Amazon Music, and now they're taking it a step further. So if you're at a Windows workstation and you want to just jam out to your Spotify tunes, you can get bit perfect quality. That is so cool. But our discussion question is, hey, Tidal has had exclusive mode for years and still hasn't beaten Spotify or even approached it in terms of market share. What is up with that?
Nobody cares. But Spotify
You have one man that you have worked with multiple times in the past who would disagree.
Yep.
Gentleman goes by the name of DMS.
I am using nobody in a fairly excessive way, I guess.
Dismissive.
Yeah. The
jerk
market
way.
masses don't care.
No, I know. You're not wrong.
And it's unfortunate, but we also have learned that with video quality and lots of other things as well. They'll think it's neat, but if they have to pay for it, it makes no difference. And they would rather pay for other things.
That's fair. But you know what? Hey, competition makes more features for more people, and that's something that I can always get behind.
And also just hard mid-pandemic. I don't have anyone who can cut my hair.
Nice.
The WAN Show buying our domain was crazy.
That you could have cut.
I was taking the opportunity to try to grow it out, and it just didn't work.
I mean, it worked. It grew out.
Yeah.
Yeah, success.
It was educational. But yeah, apparently that clip, so there's a clip from back then that's 11 and a half minutes long where we talk about it. So if you want the accurate, actually quite fun story, maybe go check that out.
All right, let's do it. I know you've been waiting the whole time. Artemis II is en route to the moon. Let's do it. That's your topic. Hit it.
Oh, okay.
Dude, okay,
Where
hold on. Before we start,
yes.
Did you see the shot out the window of the plane? Of the rocket going?
Oh, yeah. Super cool,
That is a picture for the freaking ages. What a picture. What a photograph. What a moment.
Yeah.
Like, what was it, 1973 was the last time?
That sounds right.
72, 73, somewhere in there.
70s, yeah.
Like, that was one of the things I asked when we... okay, so when you got that tour for me at NASA, that was one of the things that I like pulled the guide aside and was like, hey, you probably get this question all the time, but like literally the smartwatch on my hand is more powerful than all the computers involved in the Apollo lunar landing missions combined. What's the dealio? How is it so hard to go back? And he was talking completely, just off the record, conversationally. This is not official NASA, whatever. So just take it for what it is. One non-tour guide who was just having a conversation and basically is just like, well, you gotta understand that like the entire resources fundamentally of the United States federal government wanted to say F you to the commies and get there first. The kind of resources that NASA had at its disposal at that time was literally civilization changing, right? That's one. Number two is priorities. Low Earth orbit or just Earth orbit in general has been more economically interesting.
And it's been where the focus is. That's where the ISS is. That's where we've been working.
A lot of the work that you can do in space, you do not need to go to the moon for. The moon is like really fucking far. Okay, so that's two. And then number three was the longer it went, the more harder it became because people would retire out or die out who knew how to do it.
It's, as far as my understanding goes, a pretty significant amount of it, because of the focus being on LEO for so long, has been similar to something like making like advanced CRTs or those machines that you guys used for, well, not you, but you contributed towards restoring Reboot.
Oh, those tape decks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the expertise is retired out or passed away or onto something else.
The spare parts, nobody makes them.
The money's not there anymore. Yeah. And
things aren't getting cheaper to make.
No, not really.
Like, I don't think you could build a Saturn V rocket today for cheaper than you could have built it back then. Realistically, there are some things.
That scale and that level of one-off and those types of things, like mass production is making things a lot cheaper.
Sure.
But yeah, crazy. And there are other options. Like there's, some of the SpaceX stuff could get us there and stuff, but they're commercial. And there's arguments that could be made that we should have used them for this trip and whatever and blah, blah, blah. And personally, I don't care about any of that. I'm just freaking stoked we're going back to the moon, man.
Tell us about it.
April 1st, crazy day to choose. NASA launched the Artemis II.
No one's going to believe it.
The first crewed mission since Apollo 17 in 1972. It's a crewed mission to the moon. No, we're not landing, but... Still, it's the first time humans have headed there in general in over 50 years, which is crazy. The final engine firing a translunar injection burn happened Thursday at 7:49 p.m. Eastern Time, fully committing to the 10-day mission by propelling the Orion spacecraft out of Earth's orbit towards the moon. This final burn could have been called off if engineers were concerned about the spacecraft systems, resulting in a continued orbit around Earth until the landing route was plotted, but it wasn't, which is freaking awesome. After the mission launched, Mission Commander Reed Wiseman reported that he was having issues with Microsoft Outlook.
Here comes a quote. I love it. Go for it. Do it.
I also see that I have two Microsoft Outlooks, and neither one of these are working. If you want to remote in and check Optimus and those two Outlooks, that would be awesome. Wiseman said on live stream, Mission Control had to remote in to fix the issue with his computer. Microsoft hasn't commented as of writing, which is hilarious. And then we have the actual audio if we want to listen to that.
Hold on. No, I think I have it. Though. I think I have it. Yeah, I'm pulling it up. Here it is. Hold on, we just gotta skip here. Hold on, where is it? Yeah, I forget exactly where it is, but it's somewhere in here.
Yeah, there's been a lot of, I don't know, it's just so energizing. I was talking to a good friend that works over at NASA, and I was saying, like, there's a lot of bad things going on in like the world right now, but it's oddly uplifting that we're going back to the moon. Like, something about that is just so cool.
There it is.
But yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's canon now.
It's great, and there's also this show that I've never seen or heard of before, but there's this really cool quote from it that is like,
I know there's no sound. You don't need the sound to know what he's saying.
The lessons of Icarus isn't that we need to not fly so close to the sun. The lesson of Icarus should be that we need to build better wings. And I'm just like, that is just such a cool quote. I don't know the show. Somebody probably knows. I don't watch that much TV shows, but
solid.
I got linked like that clip, and I was like, man, that's freaking sick. It's just so, it feels like good human progress again. But the AI stuff has so much ick with it. But like, going and being amongst the stars again is just so cool, and like progressing towards this idea of having a moon base is awesome because that's really fun. I'm gonna mourn the ISS, but it's cool that we're doing something else, and it's just Are
you low-key kind of excited that there's a Canadian on board?
Oh yeah, absolutely, and he's awesome, and all the interviews with him are super cool. I'm happy he's a part of it. It's really cool that Canada is able to participate in stuff that NASA does.
It's nice to see during a time of somewhat frigid relations,
which has been such an amazing thing about the ISS the whole time,
that Canada and the US are, doing this together.
It's kind of weird that before it was a really cool thing that existed during rough relations between the US and Russia.
Yeah.
And now space travel stuff is a really cool thing to have during tense relations between the US and Canada.
Yeah.
It's like this space stuff just tends to bring people together, which I think is just so cool. And there's all these quotes of astronauts going into space and then looking back at Earth and feeling like our petty little squabbles are not things that we should worry about, and we should be focused on other things because of this tiny little pale blue dot. And it's just, it's so cool.
Dark Guy 2 has a really good message in Floatplane chat. It says, I think a lot of people just assume that human knowledge is magically cumulative. Once something's learned, it's learned forever. But maintaining knowledge takes actual effort, and tons of stuff has been forgotten. And I think that's a really important message right now that is being felt very strongly by anyone who still remembers the events of the early to mid 1940s. We really, as a species, do not have a species-wide memory, and it really does take work to remember things. I'm so glad to just see people working together.
Yeah.
To do something really cool. And it's exciting. I haven't been able to stop just looking at the news about it. It's just exciting and fun and cool and ludicrously expensive.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know, in like a lost porn kind of way, it's kind of fun to watch in that way as well.
I've been struggling on whether or not I should address this one, but there's a comment in Floatplane chat, IMSIS, saying getting to the moon is not getting amongst the stars. On the scale of the nearest star, you are essentially haven't left the Earth, except you have. Like the distance between 1 and a million and what I think is a billion is basically a billion is what they're saying. Yeah, the Earth is amongst the stars, so that's fun. But I'm considering basically going to outer space at all. Every time, watching any launch that goes into outer space, whether it's low orbit or not, I think is cool and exciting. And this is a form of progress. And there's theory that a base on the moon could help us get towards Mars and all this other kind of stuff. And we're actually like doing stuff again. Space progress felt very stagnant for a long time. And SpaceX, in a lot of ways, really sparked it again, which has been really awesome. And this feels like a really cool step forward, and NASA actually really doing stuff again, which I think is really cool, because I don't personally love the idea of it all becoming privatized. I think there being both is really good. That's where I'm currently at. I don't know. I'm sure other people have opinions, but yeah, it's cool. I'm very, very happy about all this. I'm happy it's so far going really well.
Hey, you want to know what else is going better than ever before? Garry's mod creator, Garry Newman, has partnered with Valve to ensure that user-created content built in s&box, the upcoming successor to Garry's mod, can be sold royalty-free.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's super cool. I was never a big Garry's mod guy. I played, what's it called, hide and seek, like once. That's where you're like objects or something like that, and you disguise yourself as like a tin can, and you go around, and then they have to try and find you. Is that called hide and seek in Garry's mod? Prop Hunt, that's the one. Yeah. So I played Prop Hunt like once on like a stream with someone or something, I think. So I was never a big Garry's mod guy, but obviously I'm an enjoyer of, the silly videos and shenanigans that come out of Garry's mod. This is super cool. It's always nice to see Valve do based things. They don't do everything right, but they do seem to sort of generally try to do cool stuff for the most part, and I love to see it. Oh, I'm supposed to do a couple more sponsors, and then, man, we still got quite a few more like good news topics. It's amazing when you go searching for good news, how easy it is to find. And when you allow yourself to be in a negative echo chamber, how easy it is to get enveloped by it. The show is brought to you today by SquareSpace. Starting a business but not having a website is kind of like going to an archery range without shoes on. You might just be shooting yourself in the foot. Aha, very funny. Our sponsor, SquareSpace, is an all-in-one website platform that's going to help you and your business hit the mark. Whether you want to pick from tons of templates or use their design intelligence tool to create something more personal, SquareSpace can help create something that fits your brand identity. They have made it even easier to run your business through their platform, too, thanks to direct invoicing with payment options like Direct Debit, Apple Pay, Klarna, and more. There's millions of URLs still out there. If you were worried they were all gone, they're not. And Squarespace's domain search tool will help you find the one that's right for you. And once your site is up and running, you can keep track of its performance with a variety of analytic tools that Squarespace provides. We've even used Squarespace extensively in the past, including for LinusMediaGroup.com. So there's no excuses. If we can do it, so can you. Start building your website today and get 10% off your first purchase by visiting squarespace.com/WAN. The show is also brought to you by Proton. You might have heard some rumors about me that I was born knowing all of the tech tips, that since I was a baby, I knew how to authenticate with multiple factors, that I sent my first email before I could walk. None of that is true. None of us were born online. We weren't molded by it. We didn't see an inbox until we were grown. Proton knows this. They understand that there was a time when we used to have much more privacy, and that's why they built Proton Mail to help regain some of that. It's an email platform that blocks tracking pixels, doesn't feed you ads, and doesn't scan your emails to feed large language models. It's just a privacy-first email option with end-to-end encryption. They even make it easy to port from your current email provider to Proton with just a couple of clicks. So don't wait. Protect your digital privacy by checking out Proton Mail using our link down below. All right. You want to pick some good news?
Yeah, Steam fixes regional pricing issues. Wow, good news WAN show, multiple Steam topics. Valve is making changes to how it's handling regional pricing after users complained about pricing being 20 to 30% more expensive in certain regions. Steam's new regional pricing tool has a more up-to-date data for exchange rates and purchasing power across 37 currencies in 4 regions. Developers can either automatically adjust their pricing via exchange rate, purchasing power, or multivariable conversion. And Valve has said that this most closely matches the method that was previously presented in the pricing tool. That's the multivariable conversion thing. Publishers can still manually set pricing if they want to. But yeah, cool. That's cool.
Our discussion question is, Canada is often lumped in with the US as an economic region. So that's why forever, LTT has talked about pricing in terms of US dollars for the products that we're talking about, whether it's phone or laptop or whatever, because Canadian pricing is not Canadian pricing. It's just US pricing times the Canadian dollar exchange rate for the most part. There are exceptions. But our question is is there such a difference in purchasing power that Canadians should receive different pricing? I actually kind of think so. It's complicated because
Hasn't always historically been so.
and our incomes tend to be lower. But our healthcare costs, such as they are,
General
when they come
upkeep
up,
expenses are lower.
generally tend to be lower as well. Our gas prices are higher. It's been funny watching
Our
Americans
housing
freak out
prices are
about their
higher.
gas prices. It's just like, first time?
Yeah. Well, welcome.
Yeah. Oh, and then meanwhile ours are even worse. Yeah, like dairy's more expensive. Like there's a lot of stuff that's just like plain more expensive, like cheese. Cheese is so cheap in America. You guys have no idea how good you have it. God, I love cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah, games though. Is our purchasing power lower enough that we should have? Probably not. Maybe yes.
I don't know.
It's tough because any perspective that we have is going to be skewed by our upbringing, especially our specific
It's also
region.
very self-serving to say yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure,
So
yeah.
I'm trying to be realistic, and I don't know how much of, like, I think the average Canadian has less purchasing power than the average American. That would be a guess. That feels true. After everything comes out of the wash, I feel like that's probably true.
But what about median?
Yeah, I don't know. No idea.
Average, I don't actually
It's also
know.
just so different. Like it's actually very, very different being somewhere with socialized Medicare versus being somewhere without.
Yeah, it really depends. It depends. Do you have a pre-existing condition? If you do, you're probably way better off up here. Like
Yeah.
way better off up
Yeah.
here. Or it depends on your employer too. Like a lot of states have what's called at-will employment, which blew me away the first time I heard of it. It pretty much means that unless you're like specifically a protected class and you can make a solid argument that you were discriminated against in a way that infringes on your personal rights, your employer can basically just be like, don't bother coming in tomorrow. Which is like wild to think about in like a modern country.
Yeah.
But that's like, someone says at will is for all states, and I hadn't heard that. I'm pretty sure that's not true. Montana is the exception. Okay, well, don't type in all caps all states then. It's not all states. Montana's a state, for crying out loud, you guys. I was technically correct, which we all know is the best kind of correct. Yeah, anyway, so that blew me away. And that's really horrible. And then it compounds when you consider that your employer a lot of the time is tied to like being able to get healthcare there. Whereas here it's not as much.
I'm just looking into things. So like, oh man. Employment at will applies only during 6-month probationary period is like a few different states.
Yep.
State has public policy exemptions. Good faith applies. Like it's in classic American style. Every single one of them is a fun, unique little snowflake of their own rules.
Dude, when we were figuring out taxation rules back when we were starting up Floatplane,
It's absurd.
it sometimes down to a county level,
Yeah.
it would work differently. And we're kind of sitting here going, well, this is impossible. Surely there must be a service that just does all this for you.
It's really kind of cool in some ways and just horrible in other ones. It's, yeah, as per usual, there's upsides and downsides to basically everything. I'm not talking about at will, to be clear. I'm talking about just the states, all the states being so different.
That's wild, man.
Yeah. Like, and there's so many ways to manipulate it. Like the whole Vancouver, Washington thing.
Oh, yeah. Well, I talked about this a lot back when we were starting up because I was like, the biggest hack seems to be to just live in the other Vancouver because Washington had no income tax of any sort at the time. I think they still don't.
I have no idea.
And then Vancouver, Washington is right on the border with Oregon. So a lot of people who live in Vancouver, Washington, from my understanding, would go shop for like groceries and essentials and cars and just like anything down in Oregon State where they have income tax but no sales tax. So you would get the best of both worlds. No income tax and no sales tax when you go to buy stuff.
Which is just wild.
Yeah.
That's so crazy. And again, I mean, that's like an upside to you as an individual. But
It's hilarious.
as Boom just said, legal tax evasion, which is like potentially bad for the collective, but then it depends, because what is the collective actually spending their money on? More bombs, I guess.
Crystal says, oh yeah, we're at 6% in Cedar Rapids, and then Iowa City, 40 minutes away, is 7%. Just sure. Yeah, that's wonderful.
Who knows? Oh, man. I know multiple online platforms who have looked at taxation in the States and just been like, well, this is basically impossible to solve. We'll just wait until we like get in trouble for it. And there are companies who their entire premise is we will help you deal with taxation in the States.
They get it wrong so much.
Who can't handle it.
They get it wrong all the time. It has caused
That's their whole job.
serious problems for us over the years because we actually try to do things properly. It is, oh man.
Do Avalara and cry? Avalara isn't perfect either.
Oh, yeah, right. Oh, yeah. Oh, Avalara gets it right every time. Sure.
It's
buddy.
Wild, man. It's yeah. Fun times.
Yeah, I've learned this lesson so hard, so bent over, so pants down. Like it's not, no, it's not perfect.
Below Butane just said, my state has 80 counties and technically every county is a separate tax district. and then you have to scale that across all the states and then be on top of what every single one of those is doing.
And it changes.
Oh, man. So cool. Very good. Sick, dude.
3,143 counties. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't
boy.
realize Dan's mic wasn't open, I guess.
Yeah, sorry.
That's what I was reacting to.
All right. Hey, but in other good news, Neuralink patient plays World of Warcraft with his thoughts.
Wow.
That's right. Neuralink continues to improve. We now have a patient playing World of Warcraft using only his mind. John L. Noble is a veteran who was paralyzed from the shoulders down in 2016. In 2016, and is the 18th patient to receive the Neuralink N1 implant. After receiving the implant in December of 2025, Noble has been practicing using a MacBook, where using it was second nature after just 3 weeks of practice.
Whoa.
By day 80, he decided to try playing WoW. He says he is raiding and exploring Azeroth hands-free, full speed, no mouse, no keyboard, just intention.
And what's crazy about that is like I've got the video up here. What's crazy about that is like you can see at the bottom of his screen here, for people who haven't played before, all these little tiles. Those are different like skills and abilities. So he's using all these different things. It seems like you can see his mouse cursor. Do you see this thing? I'm trying to point at it with mine. But you can see like a circle kind of floating around. So it looks like he's mostly playing the game through, I think right here, I think this is like movement inputs. I'm not entirely sure. No, he's moving without that because you can tell his mouse cursor's up there.
Wow.
But he has all these different abilities and he's playing the game still. And I don't know, like, you know, to what degree he's able to do multiple inputs at a time or whatever. Like, I have no idea. But the fact that he can play successfully at all,
I'm in.
Is what you're doing it.
I'm in.
You're letting Elon put some chips in your brain.
I don't want him to do it personally. No.
But you'd put
I think he's more interested in putting babies in people.
Chip, yeah. You'd put an Elon-backed chip in your brain?
I mean,
if I was in this state, I would do it immediately. I would sign up immediately.
Yep.
As of this second, no, I don't want to do it for myself. But yeah, dude, if I'm paralyzed, like, sign me up. This sounds amazing. I'm like very happy about that. It sounds really, really cool.
that looks like such a huge quality of life change.
Oh yeah, dude.
Like wow.
Yeah.
World changing. Man, can you imagine if he had just stayed focused on doing cool stuff?
There's some, this is cool.
I know, but just the focus. The focus seems to have...
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I went the wrong direction.
Okay.
I want to talk about the 9950 X3D2.
Yeah.
AMD announced this super cool chip. Okay, we're talking 16 Zen 5 cores. We're talking full 3D V cache on both tiles. Got all the 3D V cache. It's a no compromises processor like we've never seen before. And hear me out. I propose that AMD makes it really expensive. Hear me out. Hold on, one sec. I'm going to get there. Okay. I propose that AMD goes full, like Extreme Edition, like FX Classic on this. They make it a really expensive Halo flagship thing that most people can't afford. They take that money, they take that bushel of money that they got, and give us a freaking modern Ryzen 3 for once in a couple of generations. Did anybody else notice this? Where is Ryzen 3 in the current product stack?
Yeah.
Even the Zen 4 generation Ryzen 3 desktop SKUs, the 8300G and the 8300GE, were only one Zen 4 core and 3 Zen 4C cores. We don't have a Zen 5 Ryzen 3, even though, like, when did Zen 5 freaking launch? When did Zen 5 launch? Remember when AMD used to launch the whole stack and you could buy anything from a Threadripper all the way down to a Ryzen 3, and we were G to G. It was only dictated by, how much money you had to spend. Zen 5 launched in August of 2024. We are over a year and a half into Zen 5, and we don't have a Ryzen 3 yet. Bring it back.
That'd be sweet.
Give me a Ryzen 3, because realistically, nobody needs this chip. This is not a chip that anybody needs.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, I didn't say it's not cool. I said that nobody needs it.
Pretty sweet.
The 9850 or the 9950 X3D already exists with one 3D V cache die and then a regular one. The 9800 X3D exists with 8 cores that are all 3D V cache if you just don't want to deal with any kind of latency issues across multiple dies. The 9850 X3D also exists if you want a slightly faster that.
What do you think they're going to do next? Naming scheme.
Oh, yeah, we're up to a 10 again. I mean, Intel just went for it and was like, 10 all the things. What did Nvidia do? Nvidia skipped 10 and did 20, if I recall correctly, right? Or no, 10 was goated, right? That's 1080. What am I talking about?
Super goated.
Windows just
we don't need to learn from them.
They went straight from 8.1
I don't think anybody
to
needs
10.
to learn from them.
They went for it for 10. Yeah. 10. Maybe they just go. Yeah, maybe they just go 10, whatever. Whatever. This is a distraction. I want a Ryzen 3. So this cool chip sounds super cool and is really interesting. Nobody really needs it. I'm going to die on that hill. Nobody needs a 9950 X3D2. If you're all about the gaming, you can get a 9800 or a 9850 X3D. If you're all about the multi-core, you can get a 9850 X3D Not 2. You can get the regular one, and you could still game and still do multi-core things on it all day, if that pleases you. Nobody needs this chip. So AMD, price it really high, take that bushel of money, and use it to make a Zen 3 or a Zen 5 Ryzen 3. It's time. It's finally time. Do it. No balls. Do it. That's it. I just wanted to talk about that.
I don't know how to pronounce this. Byron did something on Floatplane Chats. It pointed out that during the WAN show, assuming we don't kill it in the next couple minutes, but like during the WAN show, the Artemis II will be closer to the moon than to Earth. Pretty cool.
Dude, when I was looking up the speed that they were going, like how many thousands of miles per second it was or whatever.
A lot of people realized during that launch how freaking far away the moon is. Because they're like, wait, why isn't it that close to the moon yet? It's like, yeah, it's going to be a while, dude. It's, Yeah.
Yeah, what's the speed of it? Speed of Artemis II per second.
Oh, it's like 20.
It's like completely obscene. 25,000
Yeah.
miles per hour, or roughly 7 miles per second. Sorry, I had that wrong before. According to AI Overview. Hold on a second. Okay, Wikipedia.
I thought it was 24 something is what it's currently. Let's see.
25,000 miles per hour, says Wikipedia. 4,000 kilometers an hour. That's like, it's unfathomable to go 11 kilometers a second. Freaking think about 11 kilometers. Okay, I'm going on Google Maps. I'm doing it. I'm on Google Maps, boys. Okay, time to not have anything.
Those numbers are wrong. Oh, cool.
Are they?
Someone at Volbane Chest just yelling.
No, it's fine, Dan. I checked. Okay. So hold on. Where's the little? Yes.
Here we go. This is a cool site. issinfo.net/Artemis.
That's so cool.
Whoa.
What? It is cool.
But you can see, so they're listing the velocity in kilometers and seconds. So not how we were just doing it, but 1.39 kilometers per second. That's wild. And yeah, you can see the Earth and Moon differences. So the Earth is currently 217,500 kilometers away, and the Moon is currently 22,855 kilometers away. What a cool website.
So check this out.
Yeah.
Okay, at this scale on Google Maps, okay, 1 kilometer is right here.
Yeah.
All right. It ends like right there. It ends like, oh no, it ends a little farther. Oh man. Okay, get rid of us, Dan. Forget it. Everything I own in a box.
Then he has to worry about what. Oh, okay. Never mind.
There, fine. Okay, you happy? Also, you don't have to do work. I understand. I get it. Okay, so that's a kilometer. So this is probably about 15 clicks. 15 seconds to go from Langley to Aldergrove. What?
That's pretty sick.
Like what?
That's fantastic. Yeah, at the current moment, the velocity, I realized on here, sorry, I didn't notice this, but there's a little switch here. You can switch from kilometers to miles. And for some reason, the velocity goes from kilometers per second to miles per hour, but sure. So in miles per hour, it's at effectively 3,100.
Well, it's because kilometers per second is meters per second, which is science-y stuff. Yeah, that actually like kind of checks out for Americans that use metric for stuff that matters and then use imperial for like daily life.
Sure. Yeah. But yeah, it will cross the threshold of being closer to the moon than the Earth during WAN Show, which is just so sick.
Godspeed.
So cool. Day 3 of 10, lunar flyby in 2 days, 21 hours and 39 minutes.
Can't hardly wait.
Sick.
Man, I can't believe they're gonna like human eyes on the back.
It's cool. It's freaking sweet.
Very cool. You know what else is kind of cool?
It's hard to not be inspired by this stuff, man. Like you see, like
he's going to do it again.
Oh yeah,
I mean, we did this once already in the show. But
honestly, it's by grace that you're only getting 2 so far. I've seen a bunch of sentiment online of people being genuinely like positively inspired by something that's happening in the world, which is so rare right now, and I think worth just so much. I'll keep it at that, but yeah. It's awesome.
Agreed.
Really awesome.
Anthropic, the company behind Claude, which is how I pronounce it, accidentally leaked the entire source code of Claude Code, their AI-powered coding assistant, on March 31st. It was not an April Fool's joke. The leak happened because someone at Anthropic left a source map file in the NPM package for Claude Code version 2.1.88. Source maps are debugging tools that aren't supposed to ship in production, and this one pointed to a zip archive on Anthropic's own cloud storage containing the full code base. Technical background on source maps. Basically, when code gets compiled for distribution, it becomes unreadable, and a source map is a reference file that links the scrambled code back to the original. So including one is essentially handing out directions to your entire code base. Security researcher Chaofan Xu spotted it and shared the finding publicly. Within hours, the code was mirrored across GitHub, being forked 50,000 times before Anthropic could do anything about it. Anthropic confirmed the leak in a statement saying, "This was a release packaging issue caused by human error, not a security breach." That's good, actually. And that no customer data or credentials were exposed. Anthropic then filed DMCA notices against over 8,000 GitHub repositories, but accidentally took down thousands of legitimate forks of their own public repo in the process, forcing them to walk back most of the takedowns. Whoops. I mean, I can see how during a crisis, people might just kind of be pew, 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 pew. It rarely makes the crisis better, but I understand it. Meanwhile, a clean slate rewrite called Claude hit 10,000 stars in a single day, making it the fastest growing repository in GitHub history. This is actually the second time that Cloud Code's source has been exposed in just over a year. Our discussion question: it feels like the advent of vibe coding is expanding the threat surface for digital infrastructure, creating opportunities for malicious actors to damage infra and also for own goal situations like this. Do you think there's a point where we turn the corner and walk back the fragility we've built into these systems? Ha ha ha. Very funny. No. Very optimistic though. Thank you for writing that discussion question. What else do we have, Mr. Luke?
Let's see here. That one's kind of... Microsoft didn't convince me, but Microsoft says it's going to...
No, before you start. Okay, I gotta...
Microsoft says it's going to improve Windows search. Sure. I like it. Microsoft's Pavan Davuluri recently released a blog post entitled "Our Commitment to Windows Quality." I think we talked about that on WAN, where numerous pledges were made to improve the current state of Windows. Windows Shell product head Tally Roth has been actively replying to user feedback, claiming improvements coming to Windows search, stating simpler and less distracting are definitely in the mix. Some of the focuses Microsoft is working on are that installed apps appear instantly and consistently. Core system components are always discoverable. And local files are ranked higher than external suggestions. Wow. How the f*** did it take you this long?
This is my naive I believe you face, by the way, that I've been doing this whole time. How are we supposed to trust a company that didn't prioritize all of that in the first place?
Insane.
This is still good news, WAN news, though, because publicly acknowledging
at least they're saying it.
At least they...
It's a step.
At least they know.
It's a step.
Oh!
It's a step at least vaguely in the correct direction. I don't know if I'm going to say confidently enough that it is in the right direction.
I hope so.
Because I haven't seen any action from it yet.
Angry Panda PC says, "How hard was this?"
Maybe it's not a step.
We're gonna stop the orphan grinding machine.
Yeah.
It's like, why did you have one?
Yeah.
You're like, I thank you, but why? Why was it ever turned on in the first place? And who kept putting orphans in it?
So I think it's yeah. Kit in Floatplane chat said intentions of a step. I think that's more accurate. It's not that they stepped in the right direction. It's maybe that they looked that way at least once and thought about it. They're thinking about it.
No key in the chat. It's almost like indexing search and making it offline only was the whole point of search. Yeah, that's what an index does, isn't it? Am I misunderstanding?
Desperately never need search to look at the internet ever, and it shouldn't for anyone, and that sucks.
I wouldn't mind it as a toggle.
Sure, toggle would be fine.
It's right there.
That starts off.
It's right there.
That would be fine.
And it should use whatever browser I tell it and not ever change it. Ever. Not even one time.
Yeah. Okay.
That was the most angry I've ever been about good news.
Yeah.
But it's still good news. I'm still feeling good.
It's that whole pain of fixing thing. They might be fixing it.
Right.
It might be happening. But it's been so long and so frustrating and so annoying that you rip the Band-Aid off. It feels bad. You cut open in order to do surgery. That is painful. It feels bad. You need to blah, 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 blah. There's negative parts to fixing things. And I think this has been so frustrating for so long. And there's been so many seemingly bad intentions involved that it's just... Anyways.
This is cool. Researchers have developed ground-penetrating Wi-Fi tech with a 100-meter range. This magnetic induction method of transmitting signals underground could help reach people who are trapped or lost. South Korea's Electronics and Telecommunications Research Institute has demonstrated wireless communication 100 meters underground using magnetic induction rather than traditional radio frequencies, which get absorbed by soil and rock pretty much immediately. The system uses a 1-meter loop transmitting antenna on the surface and a small handheld receiving sensor, and was tested in a limestone environment specifically chosen because it's one of the worst possible conditions for radio signals. The data rate is not high, just 2 to 4 kilobits per second, but that's enough for voice communication. ETRI is already working to shrink the technology into something that could fit in a smartphone with potential applications in mine rescues and underground construction. Our discussion question is, they're already looking at putting it in smartphones. Well, if magnetic induction can punch through 100 meters of solid rock, what does that mean for connectivity in places that have never had it before? I remember I did a really cool course in high school that was just called Technology. Imagine, me being interested in that. And our final project was a submarine. So you had to put 3 motors on it so that it would have full 6 axes of movement. And you had to achieve neutral buoyancy. So the final exam for it was you had to put it into a tank. It had to never touch the top, never touch the bottom, and then you had to
actually sounds pretty complicated
navigate
for high school. That's
a thing.
Cool.
Yeah, it was super cool.
That's wicked.
It was simpler than it sounds because our controller, so part of the project was waterproofing the motors. So we embedded them in film canisters, which were a thing when I was in high school. They were readily available. We embedded them in film canisters. And used in lots of
projects like that.
And then sealed them in paraffin wax. So we had to make the motors waterproof. Then we had to run lines to them, and we just had an umbilical cord that went up to a controller that was essentially just 3 toggle switches. So you could toggle your motor forward, off, or backwards. And anyway, so yeah, you had to do a thing, and it had to not touch the surface, not touch the walls of the tub, and not touch the bottom, not a bathtub like a tank. Anyway, it was a real hassle. That umbilical cord. That umbilical cord sideways. I got a good mark, and I did manage to achieve the mission objective, but it wasn't exactly flexible, and so having that umbilical cord on it sucked. Could we use this for underwater?
Very interesting.
Controls and stuff. That'd be cool.
Live streams underwater right now, you have to run a cable.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just have to.
Just communication in general. My understanding is you just have to run a cable.
Yeah.
That would be so cool.
Yeah.
Ooh. Lowlander?
Yeah.
Land party in a cave?
Yeah.
I don't know what the appetite would be for that type of content.
I think.
It's one of the first things that our dear friend Austin Evans sent me this morning.
Spacelander.
He goes, Highlander 2, my friend? Because he saw yesterday's video.
Oh.
Yeah. So for those who are relatively new to the channel, we hiked to the top of Mount Elbert with some of our friends in the tech space, including Austin Evans, and we got a Guinness World Record for the world's highest elevation land party, which was actually broken, which I love, because in a way that legitimizes the fact that anyone else even wanted to, legitimizes what we did, in my opinion.
Yeah.
We got one, I wouldn't call it good news. I don't know what kind of news to call it, because...
Dude, sorry, one sec. With portable routers...
Oh, the military apparently uses ultra-low frequency RF for underwater. But I don't know, would this be better? Anyway, carry on.
With portable routers, and if you don't want to count phones, like Steam Decks and stuff, it would be so much easier these days. Because we had that lead acid battery.
Oh yeah, to do a LAN party. Oh yeah, 100%.
With little tiny puck routers and stuff now.
Oh yeah.
Anyways.
Okay, so basically, what I'm trying to understand here. There's a bit of growing antagonism towards Ubiquiti, the networking company. So let's go through this, and then let's talk about it, because I'm trying to wrap my brain around it a little bit here. Members of the self-described anti-authoritarian art movement, Pussy Riot, have occupied Ubiquity's Manhattan headquarters, accusing the American tech company of powering Russian war crimes. Since the disabling of Starlink, Russian soldiers have been said to favor Ubiquity hardware as a replacement.
Which I must say is automatically confusing.
So, just a second. Well, it's the long-range dishes.
Sure. It's just not the same thing, though.
It's not. The group has demanded that Ubiquity obey U.S. sanctions, acknowledge Russian military use, work with Ukraine to stop it. Yahoo Finance noted back in January that Ubiquity products were legally sold in Russia until February of 2022. Also noted that Ubiquity relies heavily on third-party distribution and sales partners rather than making direct sales to end users. Okay, this is one of the things that I had wanted to talk about.
Because I heard about this a long time ago, but that was my understanding, was that they weren't selling it.
Okay, so this kind of showed up in my Twitter feed a little bit, and I was like, okay, hold on a second. And I'm wondering if the people demanding this understand fully what they're asking for. Right now, Ubiquity is one of the few, and at their scale, the only, network infrastructure companies that is not trying to turn everything into a gate-kept cloud subscription service for the hardware that you bought.
With insane amounts of them having the ability to track and sniff and blah, blah, blah.
And
blah,
shut down hardware that you own.
Yeah.
It feels to me like Ubiquity, I have not seen any actual evidence that Ubiquity is complicit in any way. They're certainly profiting. If their third-party resellers are buying Ubiquity equipment and breaking the law
and they could
and selling it to Russia.
They could be, they could know what one of those third-party sellers is facilitating that and still be working with them. I have no idea.
That they might. I haven't seen...
And that would be a bad, but I have no idea.
Seen evidence of that yet. However, it feels like... however, I don't believe that Ubiquity has taken any actual direct action to profit from this conflict. And I'm a little confused about sort of the demands here, because it feels to me like what we're asking is for Ubiquity to put in backdoor controls that allow network infrastructure to just be turned off remotely because we don't agree with what the user is doing with it. Am I missing something? This is one of those ones that I am very open to. I don't understand all the dynamics.
The Almighty Q in Floatplane chat said there's reportedly a call with a UI, in this case Ubiquity, sales rep saying, yes, we can send product to Russia, and it did not specify that it was third party. I've asked them for a link.
Okay, but even if that were the case, there was this one time that an LMG employee said something. That doesn't necessarily mean that leadership knew or approved or agreed.
If that is a thing that's actively happening, that's still something that you can get up in arms about and then expect them to make a change.
Right, but what change are you going to ask for? Do you want them to be able to turn off their network switches?
No.
I understand. Yeah. I mean, yeah, sure.
Like if this is a thing that's happening, even if leadership doesn't know, then they can deal with it.
So WAN Bingo Quantified says shutting off remote drone connections if they're committing war crimes feels incredibly chaotic good to me. But the problem is if they can shut off that one, then they can shut off any other one. And Ubiquity...
Yeah, theoretically, Ubiquity would have no ability to do that.
Right. Which, to my knowledge, they, at this time, do not have that built into any of their platforms. So we're asking them to do something that in order for them to do, they would have to fundamentally change their approach of that when you buy a piece of Ubiquity equipment, you own it and do stuff that you see fit with it. It's also such a false equivalency. Ubiquity's long range dish communication
it's
dishes
so incredibly
and stuff
not Starlink.
Is not Starlink. It's not low Earth orbit internet. It's from one fixed position to another, and Kisul Wildcat says just stop selling to Russia. Right. But if it's going through a third party, Ubiquiti is not selling to Russia.
I mean, if they actually are, then like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, if they are, then that's terrible. And I haven't seen evidence. So yeah, Kiss Wildcat says it's not third party. But how do you know?
Yeah,
you're assuming that because the equipment is new that it's
we're
direct.
Waiting right now. So well, maybe the stream just went down, but we're waiting right now. So if you guys have a link to any of this, that would be interesting. Almighty Q just linked.
Yeah, slams Ubiquiti for products that keep showing up on the front lines. Okay, do we have proof that they know?
Or
where it's how it's getting there. I mean, theoretically, okay, could they track a serial number by who they sold it to? I mean, the thing to remember too, though, is that even the Ubiquiti reseller may not know. Like it's not like countries like Russia or Iran, countries that are like constantly sanctioned. It's not like they're not familiar with the game.
Yeah.
Of buying half a dozen here and half a dozen here and half a dozen here and half a dozen here that make it extremely difficult to narrow down exactly which one of your resellers is doing it or even knows. I really do feel like we might be oversimplifying this.
This is slightly off topic, but I thought it was really funny.
Yeah.
Ados and Floatplane chat linked this picture. I thought it was pretty good. Cisco firewall to protect against Chinese backdoors. Huawei firewall to protect against US backdoors. Checkpoint firewall to protect against Russian backdoors. Fortinet firewall to protect against Israeli backdoors. Palo Alto firewall. I don't know. The cool kids have them. PFSense firewall for good luck. And then finally the internal network.
Yeah.
I didn't find a call, but I did find this.
Balrid says they've been doing stuff like this for decades. Yeah. Pretty much. I don't know, man, because we work with Ubiquiti a fair bit, and so I want to know if this is a huge problem. So Wildcat keeps saying the Russians are fielding new equipment in huge volumes. That doesn't actually mean anything. Ubiquiti manufactures networking equipment in huge volumes. That doesn't mean that Ubiquiti is selling it direct. You just keep saying the same thing. That doesn't change anything, though. Okay, the Almighty Q says more than a decade after Ubiquiti was fined for reckless disregard for sanctions obligations when its products ended up in Iran, Hunter Brook found Ubiquiti products may still be flowing there. A current official distributor listed on Ubiquiti's website, Yemen-based Alpha Tech, may be operating branches in Shiraz and Tehran, according to its own Persian language advertisements. In 2014, regulators fined Ubiquiti after at least $600,000 of prohibited equipment was diverted to sanctioned something. I think that got cut off by. Okay, so we're going to have to look into it a little bit more. But what I will say is that if Ubiquiti knows, that's terrible. Step one. And step two, if the thing we're asking for is for them to have central control of the networking equipment that they sell, I don't know that I can get behind that.
Yeah. I don't know if they do or not, but yeah.
If they are able to turn off networking equipment remotely,
no.
To my knowledge, they can't.
I thought you were saying something else. My bad. I only heard part of what you said. Noki said, I didn't find a call, but I did find this, a screenshot from an email response from a sales manager from NAG, an online IT retailer that sells Ubiquiti items and was once an official Ubiquiti reseller, also known as they aren't now. According to an archived 2014 Ubiquiti webpage, in the email, the sales manager clarified that delivery to the occupied territories would take 7 or 8 days. It's like, Okay. Like if we
This seems like non-tech people not really understanding what they're protesting for the most part.
but
That's what it seems like, unless Ubiquiti knows and is facilitating this in any way.
we also haven't exactly done like an overwhelming amount of research here to
No, we haven't. No,
Counter.
that's why I presented this the way I did. Like I'm taking only conditional positions here because I do not have all of the information that I would need.
Yeah, and Drac Ryu, I've heard this as well. Somewhat infamously, the
Yeah.
U.S. bought titanium from the Russians to build the SR-71 to use against the Russians.
Yeah, I remember that.
The government set up shell companies to buy things from a foreign enemy to counter the foreign enemy. Like, I don't know. But then that being said, like we were saying earlier, if they're doing this knowingly, like if Ubiquiti is if they're like, oh yeah, this distributor very obviously just resells their stuff to Russia, then they should stop working with them.
Okay.
This seems to show good details. All right, I'm going to check this out.
Okay. I mean, we can take this offline because we've got to get to WAN After Dark.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Dan, you want to do the thing?
Oh, yeah, sure. If we're there, let's do that. You-
Yeah, maybe people don't understand the products that Ubiquiti is selling. Because like this link that was like, oh, this one has good detail. It's like Ubiquiti has stayed silent, unlike SpaceX, who has the ability to turn it off, Ubiquiti who doesn't. And its CEO, Robert Pera, owner of Memphis Grizzlies, have not publicly commented on it.
If I was him, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
What is
Ubiquiti
there
the
to
world's
say?
most prominent manufacturer of Wi-Fi bridges.
Is he gonna sit down and explain to people how networking works? He can. I actually had dinner with him once. He's a super smart guy.
Yeah. Ubiquiti's products appear to be widely available in Russia, mostly sourced from distributors in, it says, third countries, such as Kazakhstan and Turkey, Hunter Brook found. One Ukrainian communications officer told the outlet that an estimated 80% of the Russian bridges he observed near the front line had come from Ubiquiti. Russian units often receive the bridges from volunteers who purchase them using crowdfunded money. So, like, what are we talking about? Oh my god. I don't know. Again, there might be more information other than this, but like...
So Ubiquiti made a thing. I mean, this to me feels a little bit like, storming Linus Torvalds' home office because sanctioned countries are using Linux. Like, what do you want them to do about it? And I'm, like I said, we've worked with Ubiquiti. This is a full disclosure, guys. We've worked with Ubiquiti extensively in the past. If they are actually participating in this, then yeah, condemn. But I haven't seen any actual evidence of it.
And it was so awesome when they lost Starlink access. The impact of that was enormous. Like, I wouldn't want this to be helping them, obviously. But like, if it came out that a bunch of Russian soldiers had LTT backpacks because people were crowdsourced buying LTT backpacks,
shipping them to like
we can't remotely
Pakistan
turn
or
off
something, and then
the LTT backpacks. So like, I don't know. And there might be more to this story. There absolutely could be more to this story. There might be information that we don't have right now. Floatplane chat linking us stuff is usually pretty good, but it might not have all of the information. Someone linked the call from the vendor.
Yeah.
We can't necessarily listen to this right now, but it's also a call from a vendor, right? It's
okay.
Theoretically not them.
Okay. I don't think we have to stay on this topic any longer.
Sure.
For now.
If they do know that distributors that they're working with are doing this, then I expect them to stop working with them. Cool.
Mr. Dan! Oh, wow. Your fingers are still busy over there.
Yeah, I was not expecting to do 400 today.
Did we move through the rest of the coins?
We did quite a few. I'm surprised that people didn't think that they were,
I mean, we did launch it on March 31st, North America time. I think we ended up launching our April Fool's joke around like 2 hours after it was April 1st in the first time zone. So a lot of people were like not ready for it and like legitimately butthurt about us doing an ICO or being acquired. I had one person, I think I actually, did I send this one to you or did I just screenshot it? It was so funny.
That was pretty funny. I don't know if everyone's going to, yeah, but that was pretty funny.
Where is it?
The funny part was that the writing style was so exactly identical that it's like obviously the same person.
Hold on, I'm not sure which comment you're talking about. I'm talking about the one where, oh no, not that. Someone was like explaining to me, like mansplaining. They wrote me a whole paragraph mansplaining that a company called FOMO Foundry, literally it's FOMO. It's like about capitalizing on people's fear of missing out. And it's so, it's so negative and like, just like, bro, yes, that's the joke. Oh my God. I just can't right now. Oh, man. Yeah. Yes, we get it. Oh, man, yeah. I feel like a lot of the criticism that we take for stuff like this centers on people thinking they are so much smarter than us that we couldn't have possibly understood their analysis of the thing that we gave to them to understand.
And we do miss things sometimes, but
man,
yeah, maybe just go touch some grass. Are we doing this topic?
Which one? I don't know. Well, it feels like more like part of After Dark. Okay, question for you.
Sure.
Should LTT Gamerjet Q&A be a WAN Show topic, or should it realistically just be a follow-up video? Because people have a lot of questions about it.
Oh, follow-up video is not a terrible idea.
Yeah.
I mean, is it a terrible idea? It might be a terrible idea.
Maybe it's a terrible idea.
Do you want to talk about it more?
I mean, there's clearly a lot of things that people want to know about. I'm just trying to... Chewy sent me a couple things. Like, he sent me a couple, like, summary things. People are saying, do it, coward. Do it, coward. Is that a dare? What's the Disney character?
Here's a...
Mufasa. Is that a challenge?
Would the follow-up video be technically based, or is it just talking about the fact that you bought a jet?
It would be answering people's questions about it. So, like, some of the things that have come up, for instance.
Then I don't know if I would do another video.
Like, how do you reconcile this with past stances on the WAN Show, for instance?
Yeah, so I wouldn't do a video on that. I would just cover it on WAN Show.
All right, let's do
My
this.
reasoning for that
When we talk about it
is
now, then.
I think LTT's channel has been semi-losing its way for a bit. We've talked about this quite a bit.
Yeah.
And I think a Q&A about the jet that you bought isn't sparking a passion for technology.
I'm way more interested in like talking about the AI trend and like memory prices going down.
Exactly.
Quite frankly.
So I wouldn't make a dedicated video on
Sure.
that. That's taking up an upload slot. We can talk about it on WAN Show. You should address the questions on WAN Show, all that kind of stuff for
Sure.
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 But
So, okay, for starters, there's a few things that I already know, so you guys don't have to type it in the Floatplane chat. Or actually, Dan, is there a bunch of stuff in the checkout messages about this? Should we just do this after and see what we end up addressing already?
I said mostly that it was going to be in a topic in the future, but most
Nice.
of them
Okay.
were going to end up being sort of questions that you would pretty much answer anyway.
Okay, so there was a lot of questions about like moderation across our social platforms in the days leading up to the big reveal. And the simple answer to that is that between the third-party moderation teams, who are community volunteers, our team internally, and me, we didn't have clear alignment on what was moderated, what wasn't moderated, but where it all came from was from a place of, for the love of God, guys, we're announcing this in like 2 days. Can we have our fun, and can we make a big announcement, and can we make a splash on April Fools? We work really hard to make our April Fools very, very big and very special every year. And so I think there ended up being a little bit of confusion about, because we've allowed some threads to stay up about it.
Yeah.
But they've been small. They've not really gained a ton of momentum, and they were a long time ago. And it makes sense that in the like days leading up to the big announcement that, obviously people have known for months. Some people have known literally for months that our April Fools this year was going to involve the tech jet.
The Reddit knew.
Yes.
For months.
Classic Reddit.
Yeah.
You did it, Reddit. So in terms of moderation regarding the jet, I don't really think there is any guidelines with respect to moderation of the jet.
What's your
other than yes?
Sorry. I was going to say, what is your ongoing?
Yeah, ongoing. I would say anything that in any way compromises the safety or comfort of anyone on our team, me, my family, anyone to do with that is just obviously like no doy going to be immediately removed and immediately permabanned. Like that's just kind of obvious. I've had some people, ask how to reconcile that with previous statements that I've made on the WAN show, and I think that's pretty simple. I never claimed that I was running a platform that allowed absolutely any speech. Never said that. And it's not true today. So by all means, do whatever you're going to do, but that doesn't entitle you to do it on our forum or on our subreddit or in our videos, anything like that. I've had a lot of people ask about, okay, what's your strategy with respect to carbon credits? And I'm going to tell you guys the exact same thing that I told the writing team, because we had kind of an impromptu chat between me and the writers, because they're the ones who are probably going to be most impacted by it, because their projects potentially they're going to be coming with me or doing whatever. Like they're the ones that are most likely to use it along with the production crew. And so one of the things that came up was like, okay, well, someone, not going to name any names, basically was like, okay, well, what are we doing about carbon offsets? And then someone immediately was like, those are bullshit. And they kind of started arguing about it. And I said, hey guys, that right there is why, just like any charitable stuff that we do, that's going to stay between me and Yvonne, because no matter what I say about it, it's going to make someone extremely angry. And I don't feel like it. I don't feel like having that conversation. It's going to be Schrodinger's how we're handling this, and whatever works for your headcanon, you can tell yourself that. So we're going to leave that alone. I've been asked how I reconcile saying that I was against it before. I've said both that I'm against it, and I have also said that I'd like to try it.
Did you say that you'd like to try it publicly?
Yeah, it's on WAN Show.
That was on WAN Show.
Yeah, it's a WAN Show clip. I said I'd like to try it. As for the justification, I like Warren Buffett's line, so I'm going to steal it. He called his first jet the Indefensible.
Okay.
I don't think there's any justification. What justification? What I will say is that from a business standpoint, it has been far less stupid than I might have initially imagined. That trip down to San Francisco for ARM was done in a single day. We went down there in the morning, very early in the morning. Didn't love that part, but we went down there in the morning. We were able to attend the keynote. We saw the entire event. We saw all the demos. We wrote a script. We shot it. We flew home early, which has never happened before. And this is while the U.S. airports were a complete cluster bomb.
Have you been able to sleep on the plane yet?
No, it's a funny thing. This didn't end up making it into the video that I shot with Elijah, but in some ways, it's actually a little bit. There's one way that it is a little bit less comfortable, and that is the social pressure. Because I kind of feel like I'm hosting everyone else who's on it.
I don't think you need to, but I understand.
I know, but I mean, you've seen it. Like even our cabin crew member, I don't want to be, I never want to be rude, and I feel like it's like if someone was in my living room and I was just napping, I'd feel really awkward. And so far I'm not over that at all on it.
Okay.
I managed to get about 15 minutes of shut-eye on the way down to the ARM event, but that was only because I had wicked insomnia the night before and I functionally hadn't slept. And even then I only was able to sleep for like a little bit. I just want to see if there's a couple things that I had written down that people are bringing up a lot that I'd want to kind of talk about. Blah 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 blah. Okay. No, yeah, I think that's about it. All right, Dan, was there anything else in like almost called them checkout chats? No, what did we call them? Checkout messages.
Here's a question.
Yeah.
The WAN show where you said that you were against it, and the WAN show where you said that you'd be interested in trying it.
I think those are different WAN shows, if I recall correctly.
What's the chronological order of that?
Oh, I actually don't know.
Interesting.
I didn't look that closely.
Because I wonder, like, what do you think might have changed? I know part of it was being surprised, or this particular deal or whatever being so good. Is that? Do you think that's the majority of it, or do you think something else changed?
I think it's a combination of things. I think it's the deal being way better than I expected. And honestly, the biggest one is my uncle being involved. So there's a couple people in Floatplane chat that are asking about how are we handling pilots. So my uncle is a pilot.
Dude, his line in the video.
He's always like that.
How do you make something so simple, so complicated, or whatever he said?
He is one of the funniest people I've ever met. He's so funny. And he has such a almost serious until you know him. Like, he could be almost like kind of serious and a little scary until you know him really well and you realize that he's like such a joker. I don't know. He's really cool. I wish he wanted to be on camera because you guys would freaking love him. He's awesome. Anyway,
cool guy.
so he's handling the operation. He's a pilot. He has mechanic experience as well. Like, he's just so experienced. And what I said in the video is true. He told me, don't do it. But if you're going to do it, let's do this together. I'm literally going to drop everything. Like, he was working. And he's like, I'm just going to not renew my contracts and let's do it. And he has made it accessible. A lot of people have pointed out that I don't have private aircraft money, and that is extremely true. Like, obviously, I've done okay, obviously, but
what
the kinds of people that I encounter, you know, in the little FBOs, the little like private airports and stuff. They don't dress like me. They don't talk like me.
Yeah.
They don't behave like me. I feel extremely out of place.
They got really fancy hair.
Yeah. I mean, did you feel a little out of place?
Yeah.
Remember the carpet they rolled out for that dog?
Yeah.
You were there for that one, right?
I think so. Or you told me. I don't remember if this is a manufactured memory or not.
Yeah. Anyway. So doing this with my uncle and him enabling it through just safety first, but just being scrappy and finding ways to make it economical has been really fun. I've learned so much, like so much.
I think the most fun I had was when we were flying back from New York, and I didn't know there's a third seat.
Yeah.
But when I just sat there talking to them, because I
just hunched there.
I thought I was inconvenient. Yeah, not sat there. I was standing hunched over their seats. I thought I was inconveniencing them, but then every time I'd go to leave, they'd keep talking to me, and then I ended up staying there for a really long time.
You were there for like 2+ hours, I think.
Yeah. After a while, I kind of got the vibe that I was not inconveniencing them, and then I just hung out for a long time. Yeah. And it was really fun talking to them about how the machine, to use his language, how the machine works, because that's going to be way more interesting to me than anything else.
Oh, 100%.
And just hearing all the theory and watching them go through the motions of how you deal with like logging fuel usage and dealing with weather events through the course of, I didn't realize you would have a chart of all of the different expected weather events for the entire trip, and then you'd have to compare that against what it actually felt like.
And they have
adjusting altitudes.
They have the old school way, and they have their iPads.
Yeah, and one of them would do the old school written way, and the other one would do the iPad way, and then they would compare notes. And it's just so the whole thing was very fun. That was super cool.
And then the last piece was the content piece. And I actually really wish I'd talked about this more in the video, but this has already unlocked the ability to do things that just would have been either from a, what's the term for it? A opportunity cost standpoint, or from just a time and logistics standpoint, completely impossible. We wouldn't have been able to do the WAN show live from Zero Trust World with Threat Locker if it wasn't for this. Luke, this is hilarious. He made a comment as we were going back to the airport in order to fly back, that last time he went down to Zero Trust World, he spent so long traveling to get down there that we were already leaving by the time he would have still been traveling to arrive there.
That was a bit of a special thing because I landed, I had a connection through Toronto, and that was when the plane and the helicopter smacked into each other or something. I think that was the one, but the whole airport was having disaster, and then I ended up having to stay there overnight and all this kind of stuff. But still, that did happen. So yeah, it's also kind of difficult, as far as my understanding goes, to get a direct flight from Vancouver to Florida. So being able to just do it yourself is a pretty big skip in regards to time.
It's pretty crazy. And so from a business standpoint, there have already been multiple things that we've kind of looked at and gone, this is less stupid than it might initially seem.
It's a little...
That's very stupid.
Yeah.
Of course. But then this is another
maybe
thing.
Not as stupid as you thought.
This is another thing that I wish I had talked about more in the video, but it was a very freewheeling. It wasn't scripted. Elijah and I were just hanging out and checking it out. He'd never seen it yet. Yeah.
There's a couple points where I thought it was scripted.
No, it's not scripted.
Okay.
Yeah. We're just that good.
Sure.
But yeah, it's intended to be very temporary. This is not...
How long do you kind of want to keep it for?
Well, my uncle's getting older. He's not going to be flying forever. And so this was the window. If I wanted to cosplay as a billionaire or Taylor Swift or whatever, by the way, fun fact, this is another thing I now have in common with Taylor Swift.
He loves this. Yeah.
Big thighs, and both of us once at some point owned a Falcon 900B. She apparently used to have a Falcon 900B. She has a way better jet now, but yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny.
I immediately asked if they had the same one, but apparently no.
No, not this one.
I was looking to ask, is there a thing like, I know there's a decent amount of pilots that aren't the youngest. Is that a profession that you age out of earlier though? It feels like it could be.
It depends. So for commercial, you age out sooner. And then for things like firefighting, which is really challenging work from my understanding, you can age out of later. And then corporate aviation, you age out of later. So like the big jumbo jets with hundreds of people on them, you age out of first. Is my understanding.
So it's not difficulty, it's risk.
So my uncle,
makes sense.
Yeah, so my uncle is allowed to do what we're doing as long as his health continues to check out.
Sure.
And whatever limitations there are, I'm not an expert on the subject. I've just learned what I've learned from talking to him about it. This is it. This is the window. This was our opportunity to do this. This is one of those things that I've seen a lot of feedback about, couldn't you have used that to pay people more? We've talked extensively about our compensation over the last little while and how does LMG spend money. We're above norms. If someone is not making as much as they would have liked here, then I've made it very clear in the past, then you should have a conversation about whatever that is, whatever reason that is. We've scaled our comp both individually and across the entire company very healthily, especially when you consider the overall macroeconomic conditions over the last few years. The numbers are just the numbers, and if there's someone who disagrees, then they might need to do some introspection at some point about why their number was their number. That's all. And I don't wish anybody ill will. Really do want the best for everyone who's here, whether it's here or whether it's somewhere else. And that's totally fine, and that's totally healthy to move on and do something somewhere else as well. But in terms of sort of the cost here, it's not coming out of what we would have spent for HR at all. It's coming directly out of what would have normally been profit for the company.
Okay.
So when we calculate our profit, we're not gonna compare this year to last year without taking it out, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not, and it's not a sustainable thing forever as well. I recognize that. This is not something that we're going to be able to do forever. My uncle's not going to be able to do this forever. But while it's happening, it's been pretty cool to hang with him and do this together.
So if something happens negatively because of company performance,
Yeah.
the jet would have been deleted from that equation.
So last year was a tricky year. I mean, we talked about this in our all hands recently. Q1 went really well. It ended up being a perfect storm. The Shipstorm sale event practically saved the year last year. And then our projections for the rest of the year were actually looking really good because we were way ahead due to Shipstorm. And then, what is it that corporate leaders like to call it? Headwinds?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
sure.
it's an apt metaphor right now. Headwinds hit, but the trigger had already been pulled. There was no real backing out at that point.
Because we've talked on WAN Show about how the channels are doing worse and stuff.
Yep.
And I mean, if you look at LTT channel over the last month-ish, it's been a bloodbath, to be completely honest. There was the MacBook video and the Linux video that just banged.
Yep.
And then Bloatware did okay. And then TikTok Tactics did really well as well.
Yep. That'll be a slow burn. That one will do really well in the long term.
And then it started to just kind of the fire truck video is rough. And then we scraped 1 million a few times. And then this video was, and then this video, which should have slapped, but nobody's building computers right now, so it didn't do that well. And then a long burn build guide thing. And then this video, which
so that build guide,
don't care about.
That build guide, I'm legitimately not worried about.
Yeah,
that one,
long burn,
yeah.
like I said.
So let me give you the glass half full side of this.
Okay.
The fire truck videos were committed a long time ago. We knew they weren't going to be performers. We were fulfilling videos we committed to do.
Okay.
We knew. If you go down a little bit.
Whoa. Down.
What the ones that are performing well have in common is that they're back to basics. They're back to what made LTT. Things like the TikTok hacks. That was remote one is a really cool video. I don't know if you've watched that.
No, I watched the whole thing. I really like that.
That's going to be a slow burn. It's going to do great. It's not a product anybody's heard of. Nobody knows what that is. I'm not expecting that to get a ton of views right on day one.
Yeah.
If you go down a little bit farther.
Well, now we're getting to things that were very strong.
Oh, I thought you started here.
I started right here and already pointed out.
Yeah,
they're very strong.
You can go back up. The stuff that's doing here, we'll go back here. So the stuff that's doing well still, like the Korean Mall walk, for instance, is just back to basic stuff, and we're having a lot of conversations internally, and we have been for a long time, but what we're finally doing is taking solid action on it to make our production process more agile, more spur of the moment. We're very scheduled. We've gotten very big.
Yeah.
And we've got a lot of people who, are racies, right? Who needs to be informed and who needs to take action and all of that stuff. Who's responsible? And that's all, it's all important stuff so that, people's lives aren't just running around putting out fires all day, but it's made us less agile. And so that's where that video that I wrote yesterday came from. It was just hey, what does this workflow look like? Another thing that I've talked to the writing team about is I'm going to go back to writing more. We did one video a little while ago where the lab just did the testing in the one pager, and I just earphones in, wrote it instead of having someone else write it, and then I go and do a script review. And that was for what was that for? It was for was it the CPU launch? Yeah, it was the 9850X3D, right? I think so.
Sounds right.
Anyway, so the plan is to start doing 2 2 of those a week, like now, where it's just like back to, I don't know how to describe it other than just like back to what made LTT fun and feel like hands-on.
We've talked about this quite a few times on WAN Show, but yeah, LTT's, it doesn't feel like it has its soul fully intact at the moment. Like there was for a long time, it was like where you went to be kind of up to date with what was going on in like the techie world. And I don't mean tech linked because that's news.
Yep.
I mean like kind of more than that. And it yeah, I don't know. Wasn't fully fulfilling that for a while.
And you know what? I think I allowed myself to stop having fun.
Yeah.
Tech got really depressing and boring. And you know what? Good News WAN Show is another like concrete action that we're taking to just get back to just having fun doing this.
Yeah.
Get back to having fun.
Yeah. There's some stuff. It's just, I don't have any ownership in LTT. I don't have any visibility in the finances and all that kind of stuff. But there have been actions taken because of low company performance. So it's a little tough, I guess. But I guess there's separation in jet expenses and that. Yeah, okay. All right.
Yep. I mean, I made it really clear in how does LMG spend money that we expected to get back to closer to 20%. And that's with that separated out.
Right. So that's what that peeled.
That's with it completely out. Yeah.
All right.
And so realistically, right now, temporarily, what would have been my take, I'm just like, well, I'm going to use it on this gamer jet. We're going to milk it for some content. We're going to use it to make travel way more comfortable for me and the team that is going to do this stuff. And hopefully we're going to unlock some pretty cool content because we can go in and out of non-major hubs now.
Yeah.
And we can do it at times that are not necessarily normal times. So, you know, a perfect example of something that I'd love to be able to do more is, do you remember that video I did going down and touring Kenton's tech house?
Yes.
I'd love to be able to do more stuff like that. So that's the kind of thing that, you know, if you were sending a content suggestion, as long as we can find a sponsor to make it make sense, because I can tell you right now, just a normal like ad insertion like we would typically do in our video is not going to cover it. Like we'd have to be able to make the economics of it make sense, but we'd love to be able to do more of like this kind of stuff.
Yeah, that was cool.
But we can't do stuff like that if it means day of travel, day of shooting. Oh no, we missed the cutoff for the last flight back, day of travel again. I can't be out of office for 3 days to make one video. It just doesn't work.
Right. You've described this like, to me at least, when we were discussing it pretty early on, you called it a life phase.
Yeah.
Which I thought was interesting wording.
It's like it's trying to make it fun again. I want to try to make it fun again. I want to try to, you know, we're always trying to do something different that no one else can do. I don't think anyone else in the tech YouTuber space would have the connections with my uncle in order to be able to do something like this.
Sure.
Literally. And so, you know, we always want to level it up a bit. We always want to do something different. If it ultimately doesn't work, what I said in the video is true. I've had a lot of people question this, the $0 math. We will be able to get out of this thing for very near what we spent on it. I'm very confident in that.
Do you want to talk about one of the things that is reducing expenses because of that contract thing? I want to speak somewhat vaguely, but hopefully I can get it across to you. A maintenance portion of it that is like not being paid intentionally?
No, that's probably too far in the bolts. It's sure. I mean, it's not a secret. Basically, engines can be on service plans that effectively are their insurance, but insurance where you know the thing will die and you know when it will die. So basically, it's just a payment plan. So you go on a payment plan for your engine, and then when it reaches the end of its service life, you've effectively paid for the work of having it refurbished. And that's what that plane just went through.
Yeah.
So because they're sitting at like 0 hours, effectively, the scrappy way to do it is to not enroll it on one of those programs, because those will cost hundreds of dollars per flight hour per engine in order to pay for. But if this was something where you were just going to run it into the ground anyway, then you can roll the dice. And if one of them happens to fail, which it probably won't because it's in great near new condition, then then you're stuck with a big bill. So that's the other thing, is it's insurance, because if it dies early, then they also cover it there. So right now we are not enrolled in an engine service plan.
Yeah.
It's not a safety issue.
If you flip it, then they can
buy in.
Decide to do that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or we could buy in if we're informed at the time when it comes to flip it that it's better to have it enrolled.
Are you worried about the cost of jet fuel spiking?
Oh, yes.
Not just in regards to your own usage, but in regards to your ability to flip it?
Honestly, no. I suspect that in the time scale that we're going to be doing content and using this thing,
You think the strait's going to open again?
I suspect the strait will be open. Yeah.
Got it.
And the oil will flow, so to speak.
Yeah, the spice. Good old flowing spice.
Did you see any more sort of interesting questions? I've been really busy answering. I'm trying to be as thorough as I can right now. So I've been pretty focused on answering your questions.
Tofferage is saying, can you talk about the timeline for flipping?
Sure. Yeah. So just with the age of everyone involved, the idea that I had in the back of my brain was 1 to 3 years, and probably closer to the middle of that.
And you've had it for, I don't know, half a year now? Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so depreciation curve, this bird's from 1990.
Yeah.
Right? So something of this class, like this kind of range, this kind of passenger capacity that's brand new today would be, like 35 to 45 mil or so. We are not there anymore. We're down here. And what's nice about the depreciation curve is it's kind of like a car, in that a lot of the depreciation happens really fast. And then over time, if you buy a 1990 Honda Civic today and you sell it in 2 years, it will probably be worth, as a still functioning vehicle that the doors still roll up and down, very similar to what you paid for it, because it's already very old. Unlike a car, this has decades of maintenance records, and we know that it was taken care of extremely well. So we have solid assurance, and it just had a new engine put in, So we have solid assurance that it was at the high end of the bottom of that depreciation curve, meaning it has some room to go down a little bit more before we will actually lose.
There's also some questions about, can you actually make it I'm paraphrasing a little bit and leading you a little bit because I know the answer, but can you actually make it like a tech jet? How is it going to become a gamer plane?
So there's going to be limits in terms of what we can do, like really hard limits. That was something that very early in the exploration stage of, hey, is this feasible? Like, is this something that we could just crazy like do for a bit and then not do anymore, but make some cool videos? And like, we found out that you pretty much can't screw anything into it.
No, yeah. No
bolts, no screws. Adhesives though. So if we were to do like a sky high LAN party or something like that, where we would get into the tech details, I always tell the team, we need to have learning outcomes. We need to have tech tips, no matter what the video is, no matter what it's about. So what we'd be getting into there is realistically, how light and how low power can we make our systems? Because it's an older bird, 1990. Doesn't have like a super robust auxiliary power system to run, your high spec, desktop gaming PC in the cabin. So how light can we get everything? How low power can we get everything?
I think primarily low power, yeah.
We can't bring a giant Jackery with us because even though this was something that like blew my mind. I can totally take a sword onto the plane with me because there's no security. I can't just take any old like giant battery bank that I want. You're still subject to like FAA guidelines as far as that goes.
That kind of makes sense, I think.
Totally makes sense.
Yeah.
So if we're bound by just like compliant battery banks and the one outlet we have from the galley, how big of a LAN can we have? Like,
Right.
I could see that being kind of an interesting video, but realistically, that's not like the first thing I'm going to want to do. I think Elijah, I'm just going to be straight up with you guys. He just wanted to ride it. And I was like, okay, if you can contrive a video that gives you an excuse to ride it, then you can come on the next trip we're taking. And he pitched one the next day, and it was pretty much building a PC while high. Anyway, we're
So I
going
was going to say, I feel like you would just go really solid battery life laptops if you weren't trying to make a fun video.
That'd be the smart way. Yeah. Oh, totally. But Elijah, and we're not going to just fly for that because that would be crazy. But basically, the extra cost is just going to be Elijah's per diem and like hotel. And then he's going to ride along to something that we were already doing.
Sure.
With that had a sponsor and stuff. So that'll be one. But the one that I'm actually most excited to do, and Dan, I would like you to join me for this.
Uh-oh.
It's going to be a lot of fun. It has an in-flight entertainment system.
Oh.
I didn't really touch on it in the video with Elijah. It is the worst piece of dog shit that I have ever seen in my life. It is the worst implementation, execution,
You can look
design.
at pictures of animals.
It's so bad.
Sort of.
It's so
Yeah, kind of.
It's so bad. And Dan, I'd like you to experience it with me. And
I'm
then
excited.
I'd like to figure out if there's a way for us to, without putting in any screws, fix it.
You could use adhesive to put a screen
We
in
could
there.
duct tape an iPad to the screen.
I think we
Yeah.
could figure something out. I feel like with Dan's innovation and
That sounds like an intro.
Pankratz wants in too, apparently.
Nice.
So
Hell yeah, Pankratz and Dan.
yeah, with Pankratz and Dan, I feel like we could do something with it.
I feel like your intro is that you duct tape an iPad to the screen.
That's not bad.
And well, this is Dan's idea. And
Oh,
then
no, that was my solution.
And
That
then-
sounds like a much better thing that I came up with.
and then you go, and then you go like, okay, well, this is my solution. What do you guys want to do? That sounds fun.
Yeah. So I'm very excited for that video.
There was a question. I hope I didn't lose it. Let me go find it. Can you say anything about why the industry is so secretive about sale price?
No. I had a few people post that it's BS that there could be any kind of NDA on the sale price. News to me. But I'm just going based on what our lawyer, because there's no way that you buy something like this without a lawyer involved. Our lawyer told my uncle, told me, is that this agreement, or no, my lawyer told my uncle, told Yvonne, told me. So something could have gotten missed. But my understanding is that whether it's actually in black and white of the agreement, or whether it's just gentlemanly conduct, it is not something that is disclosed, who you bought it from, even though you can like look up who owned it. You can literally look it up, but you don't talk about who owned it or what you paid for it. And you see this a lot. Like if you were to go on here and go Falcon 900B, and by the way, like how wild is it? Oh, bloody hell. How wild is it that like for how low volume this world is, that it's like this organized and there's like, it's like this easy to just browse airplanes.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I looked it up.
there's a lot of this.
I tried to ignore the,
Call for price, call for price, call for price. And this is on older planes that, realistically have fewer people that are trying to protect, the actual worth of, and most people are still not disclosing a sale price, which I've never understood. Commercial real estate's like that too. Call for price. Why don't you just fucking tell me the price? Then I know if I have to call you. Why don't we just not waste anybody's time? Seems pretty smart to me. Sorry, what were you going to say?
I Googled it, tried to ignore the AI summary, but the AI summary did say that sales of private jets and business aircraft very often involve non-disclosure agreements. And then I found this other one, which is some attorney website. It says that prior to entering into discussions surrounding the sale and purchase of an aircraft, the parties should sign a non-disclosure agreement by which they agree to keep all shared information confidential. Does that include the price?
I don't know, but I don't feel
Not
like
sure.
breaking an NDA today.
Yeah, sure.
So it's really that simple.
Don't know. I think that's it for questions that I've seen in chat.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it was one of those videos that I was like sitting there ready to push publish, and I was like, but overall, the reaction has actually been not that bad, surprisingly. Like there's
Sorry. Someone mentioned that the ISS might have passed the midpoint, and my cares about the plane vanished. So I'm not there yet.
Okay, whoops.
No one cares about ground craft.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't you own a spaceship yet?
Inside the
frickin'
atmosphere?
Loser.
In the atmosphere, like some
My
kind of
God.
chode.
Yo, it did.
Woo!
Just a bit, but it did.
That is so cool.
How fast are we moving?
I mean, you can see it on
So we're a
the
little slower.
on the moon over there. Just watching the numbers tick down. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Just watching them tick down like seconds.
It's weird. It's so fast. You forget how fast everything's moving.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Wow. At the bottom, you can play the expected trajectory. Is it this? No. At the bottom, you can play the expected trajectory.
Mm.
Huh?
Oh,
Ah.
there we go.
Play.
So cool, like the gravity slingshot stuff.
And then they did the math wrong, and they're just into deep space.
Hopefully that's actually funny. NASA tracker says it's not. Oh, okay. Hold on. Wait.
They can go clean the James Webb.
Unity. LOL. No. Okay. Distance from Earth. Distance to Moon.
Oh, no. Right
Okay.
there.
Yeah.
Is this updating in real time though? Oh, yeah. Looks like it.
Looks like it.
Okay. All right.
Interesting.
Well, let's see how far it can get
Very
while we do
interesting.
After Dark. Time for some
Yeah.
checkout messages.
Sure thing.
It's weird that they disagree.
Hey, LLD. I'm loving HexOS so far. What is a good free or lifetime license PC backup program you would recommend?
I mean, isn't it included in Windows these days? Also,
OneDrive?
here's a no, like the Windows backup and recovery thing. Here, oh my God.
Oh, like that type of PC
Pancratz
backup.
just said Windows backup has become horrible.
Oh,
I'm not
no.
surprised. It's like everything else on Windows.
Okay.
Wow.
Here's my question. Hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
Why? You have HexOS, you have a NAS. Just don't store anything on your computer at all. Either with a separate drive or with a partition. You put all your games there. And then, like, dude, I don't know, man. For maybe this is just me, but setting up a new Windows for me takes like half an hour, maybe. Where like setting up a new phone sucks. Like that is
Takes
so
days.
tedious, yeah. But setting up a Windows computer these days, I feel like is really fast. Apparently, you can still use Windows 7 backup.
That's nuts. Is that like a separate program? I've never done it. I've always just fresh installed and then copied files on.
Windows 7 backup. Let's go. Windows 7 backup.
I'm so happy that it
Shut
searched
up!
it. I'm so
Look at
happy
this.
that it searched it, dude.
Look at this. How about, okay, this is the most BS.
Confirm and set later.
How about no? Where is my no button? It's like, seriously, this has like date rape vibes.
You also can't Alt F4 it?
Confirm or do it later. No. How about no? No.
Also, forcing this huge pop-up is really annoying. It could be like a
Ridiculous.
little banner at the bottom or something. Immediately annoying the heck out of people the second they open your browser thing is not the way to get people to use it.
How do I
At least I don't think so.
download it? Oh, okay. Backup and restore Windows 7. I don't see this anymore. I don't see this tech tip anymore. This is from December 2024 though. It's not that long ago. All right, well, that might be a thing, but it's not something that I can find immediately. So, man, a good backup program. I always really liked what's that imaging program that I always used to use to Paragon? Is Paragon still good? Admittedly, I have not used it in a long time.
Wow, that's a throwback.
Yeah. Paragon used to be pretty based.
They used to have pretty good like data recovery stuff too, didn't they?
Oh, I use their data recovery stuff.
Yeah.
Their
Machine comparison.
The data stuff's great. I think I use that for trying to find my Bitcoin wallet. Just going through like so many old partitions. It was super useful. But it's pretty old.
Clearly enshittified a little bit. Oh no, they actually do give me pricing.
And perpetual.
Perpetual
license.
Okay.
Based.
Is Paragon still good? If someone tells me, yes, Paragon is still good, then I'm ready to recommend it because I've been really happy with it in the times that I have used it.
They didn't find my Bitcoin wallet, but they sure gave me hope.
Nice.
That might be worse. Never mind. Hey, at least I might buy a Linus coin. Maybe. I might have missed that too.
Nobody seems to hate Paragon, so
I haven't used it in years.
That's
man.
a huge defense in current year.
That is a pretty huge defense in current year. That's a good point.
Okay, I'm gonna say that. Hey, look, they have a community edition for free. You can at least try it.
Like the Mass Effect.
All right, cool.
Okay, let's see. We'll get more. Hey, L, and D. I'm really happy with the blank T quality. Ordered 10 of them last time.
Oh, okay, wow, cool.
I hope to get a good coin to buy some more. Question for Linus. Have you continued vibe coding? How did it go?
I haven't. I don't want to spoil the conclusion for the vibe coding challenge, which is still progressing. In fact, you guys filmed some stuff this week.
Told that you had continued.
Oh, I did continue it.
Okay.
And I tried to continue it, but I ran into some walls that I'm sure we're going to talk about as part of the video.
That's interesting because I mean, we can talk about that part of the video, but I heard that you had continued it and were still continuing it, and I was very stunned that you had not hit the walls.
Oh, the walls have been hit.
Okay.
Hard.
That makes a lot more sense.
The walls are like halfway between my nose and the back of my head, how flat my face is against the wall.
Way more sense. Because I was like,
I mean, I'm almost 40. I hit the wall a few years ago. You know what I'm saying?
There's a good salt and pepper era for men.
Yeah. Maybe.
Whatever you tell yourself.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about it.
I feel like for the silver fox, you have to be tall. I feel like shorter guys can be good looking when they're young, but I feel like to pull off the silver fox, you actually have to be tall.
You're mostly a man on camera. People can't tell how tall you are unless you're standing next to other people.
I think you do have to be tall. You're right.
You just got to be more aggressive.
You get some pumps.
More aggressive?
About,
okay.
You got to be more aggressive
Thanks,
about
Manosphere
standing on
influencer.
Apple boxes.
Oh, Apple boxes.
Standing on
I don't think
those
Manosphere
beneath
influencers
you.
ever talk about Apple boxes.
Apple boxes, jeans, boots with the fur.
Dead cat with the fur.
Can we even still call them that?
Who knows?
I think so. I think
what
you can still
what
call
are
it
they
a
called
dead
if
cat.
it's not called that? I genuinely don't know.
Wind
I
sock.
don't know, a microphone fluff?
Wind sock?
Microphone fluff with the fur.
It doesn't have the same ring to it.
Really doesn't.
All the cameras were pointing at her. Hey there, Dalilu. As an aspiring designer of repairable products, how does one sell the slack-jawed on them without having them come across as gimmicky, aimed at diehards, or otherwise not quote-unquote normal?
Most consumers will not actually buy something for that reason. So you just have to make it really good. And then your conviction of things should be repairable is just going to have to exist and make it a repairable object. You will have some very loud people on your side if you make it repairable, which is awesome, but that is basically just marketing. And their message is going to have to effectively be, this is a really good thing to buy, and also it's repairable, to actually get through to the other people who will actually buy it.
And here's a hard truth. You can swallow it, take it with water. It is gimmicky. It is aimed at diehards. It is. It's
Repairable
a gimmick.
stuff is gimmicky?
No, literally, that's what a gimmick is. It's like a. For most people who don't care, I'm agreeing with you. For most people, it is gimmicky, where they ultimately are not going to repair it, and it's not important to them. It just needs to be a good one. You have.
I would argue that I don't agree.
Well, okay, I'm going to look it up. Does gimmick mean
So a gimmick,
not meaningful?
a trick or device intended to attract attention, publicity, or business. And I'm seeing that it often has negative connotations, like it's not actually legit, or
then
it's not
that's
actually
not fair.
a benefit.
Then that's not fair. But it's definitely intended to attract attention, publicity, or business. And so that was what I didn't. I yield.
Because even if I would argue that I think a lot of people might buy a repairable device that would never repair it under any circumstance. I think that is a fair statement. But in my opinion, that's still completely awesome. Because the second that person doesn't have that device anymore, it's still repairable by someone else.
I'm not saying it's not awesome. I've tried and failed to agree with you that for most of the buyers, this will be perceived as just a gimmick because they don't actually care. And that it just needs to be a good device.
I'm just fighting on the word gimmick. But
sure,
I think most people aren't actually going to value that significantly. But if it's just a good device or can do cool things, like most people that I know of that have been interested in frameworks, the repairability side of the framework is not the major purchasing factor.
Can you bring it back to money somehow? Like, can you long-term
cost of ownership being lower?
TCO, like, can you sell it based on that? Maybe. I don't know what your device is,
which is totally legit.
Yeah, like, but that's how you get a business's attention. Is like, what's my total cost of ownership, right?
You could also argue, like, if this is something that would be used in like a work scenario, for example, if it's repairable, that might mean less downtime. Because if another one breaks and the only way to get the thing working is to fully replace it, you might not have one on hand. But if you have a few little parts on hand, or somebody who's handy available there who might be able to make something to replace it, and it's highly repairable and thus more able to be done, then that could be a huge selling point for certain businesses or people out in the field that might not be able to get back to a workshop very easily, but they might be able to just swap a part. And if you have a high repairability score or whatever, that might be a lot more viable when you're out.
Think of like a John Deere. You really need to be able to repair that thing yourself.
You really should be able to. Freaking John Deere, dude. Big jerks. But yeah, I think sell the utility of it being repairable instead of just saying that it's repairable. Because to a lot of people, I think that doesn't have a lot of value. It's interesting. It's like the same. There's a bunch of companies that have had this realization, like shipping with like environmentally friendly packaging doesn't move the needle on sales.
No.
But you know, people that care about that, which is care about that enough to make purchasing decisions, is actually a very, very small amount of people. But those people might be pretty loud about it, which might get your name out there more.
Yeah, they might advocate for your brand.
Yeah. But then it's still, their advocation of your brand still needs to include that your thing is good or else the other people aren't going to buy it. So you need both. You can't just go with one.
Did you see what just happened? My computer just restarted. It was broadcast message, system will restart. What the heck? Sorry, on the subject of packaging is one that like drives me crazy because it doesn't actually cost that much more to, in many cases we've found, use packaging that is recyclable or biodegradable. It seems like a lot of times it's an active choice, and it's like it's the unnecessariness that offends me, like how easily they could just not. And I get that most consumers won't care, but like it's really easy, except when it isn't. Do you know why we have to have plastic bags on the backpacks?
Container leaking.
Not just leaking, but the high humidity and the salt water and the ocean and just like generally it like scuffing anything that isn't sealed.
Because as far as my understanding goes, a lot of packaging stuff is because of like just the chaotic environments, the temperature fluctuations even of containers on ships. Because they'll go through some like pretty intense hot and cold cycles even. Yeah, some of the changes on packaging in the U.S. warehouse were miscommunications toward Dirk. To say the least, there were some really weird things going on, but we're working it out with our logistics partner there. It should be pretty much resolved at this point. Did my OS just freaking spontaneously combust? Oh no, there it is. It's coming back. Okay, did you see what happened? No. Which machine is this?
What? It freaking did.
What?
Hold on. Our OSEED is broken. Something. Okay, no, Kubuntu is booting now. What the heck?
Cursed.
It's never done that before. In
That's
the entire
funky,
month plus of the Linux challenge now, it hasn't done that. That's
cursed.
If you want to fix it, just put it on this side of the table.
No, keep it away from Luke.
Why?
Because the curse.
It'll get too fresh and minty.
Oh, no, I'm immune. I'm fine.
I don't think I've ever seen this blue glowing Kubuntu, though. Or maybe it just has never been up long enough in order to glow blue like this before moving past. Oh, yeah. Oh, there was a thing in the corner there. I missed it.
I saw it for a sec, too.
There's a cursor thing now, too.
There sure is.
And
there's a mouse cursor.
I see a mouse cursor. Different kind of cursor.
What's going on, man? Funky.
I don't get it, man. Razer sitting here as the sponsor of the WAN Show being like, our laptop working perfectly.
A couple weeks ago, the fan might have been cranked because of Windows updates, but
yeah, that's on Microsoft though.
It took so long to pull that out.
This isn't Asus or whatever that laptop is.
Still, the cursor. Oh, the cursor just went away.
Oh,
Well,
is that good or bad?
Move it.
No.
Okay.
It's just black now.
Yeah.
I wonder if my battery, you know what? Maybe my battery just died. I didn't think it would because it was fully charged, but we have been sitting here for, oh my God, 4 hours. Okay, there's a plug here. Oh, Dan, did you put this plug in here just for me?
Yes.
Yes.
When you heard me talk about never having a plug here? It's so nice, Dan.
I mean, there was one the whole time.
You are the best Daniel Besser who has ever produced the WAN Show.
Thank you. Shall we continue?
We shall. Okay, I think my battery might have just died.
Sure.
I hope.
We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Linus curse. G'day, LLD. Can I get an understanding on if it is Linus, his stylist/wardrobe, or head of marketing's fault that he keeps teasing me with the black hoodie with the lime green highlights that is no longer sold?
Okay, this was what I actually needed my laptop for because I pulled up a Shower Thoughts email that I sent to Bridget, who is our head of fashion, where kind of expressing, I think, some of what I think you're trying to get across. Basically, what I said is subject was another data point to consider for how we handle design transitions. Again, I want to preface this with that I understand what you guys are doing with the seasonal styles. I still believe in this direction as we transition from merch to a fashion brand. But I don't know how to deal with the unavoidable truth that for the styles that have a very distinctive look and end up on camera a lot, we will not even see their peak demand until well after launch, once they've had a bunch of exposure. Framework hoodie and LAN, which is the green and black one you're talking about, are the two I've raised this about recently, and I understand the pushback from someone on one of them about how they want to do something new rather than just reprint an old thing. But I do worry that we may be doing things the fashion way rather than being open to sort of the way that our business, for all of its faults, has kind of worked up till now. I'm not asking for change, just flagging this audience feedback. I hate telling people, too bad you can't buy it when it was only available for a month or two. Also, though, we can't have a repeat of the overstock situation on WAN v2, :/face. So some of the ideas that the team has had is, we could maybe have some Linus's favorites that we bring back sometimes, because the challenge, right, is the minimum, or not the minimum even, but like the order quantity, we try to get it right. And a lot of the time at our scale, it's the minimum. It's the minimum order quantity where it even becomes cost effective, because you've got to get fabric, you've got to dye fabric, you've got to cut fabric, you've got to like produce this stuff. And it all happens at a scale that is like, frankly, mind boggling. It's a miracle that we're able to make garments at all, to be honest with you. And then once we sell through all of it, typically the sales are really high and then they kind of peter out, right? Reordering at that time, a lot of the time seems crazy, because we can't just order 10. I can't order 10 of these. I have to order something like this, probably anywhere from like 2,000 to 3,000 of these. So unless the sales at the end of the curve justify what we committed to back when we could count on the beginning of the curve, we're f***ed. It just doesn't, the math doesn't math. And so, but the flip side of that is like, okay, but what about if we, like I said in my email, never even saw that demand recover because it wasn't even appearing on camera yet by the time we like cleared it out effectively. I don't know. It's a tough nut to crack. So bringing back some Linus's favorites once in a while is one idea. As part of the new LTTStore website, we're going to have a product archive, and I have talked to the team about maybe having a voting system so that we bring back like the top upvoted one sometimes or something like that. I think that could be really cool. But it's just we make so many products because we always want to look forward, right? We always want to move forward. So we make so many products that it's not possible for us to just always perpetually have them always in stock. It just doesn't like work that way in fashion. And that's something that they've really had to kind of beat into my head, because I bring more of an electronic sensibility, which operates on like more of a yearly cycle, whereas fashion is fast, man. It's quarterly. Seasons, right? They don't make the rules. And so it's just one of those things that we're learning as we grow and as we change as a company. So in terms of who you can blame me. I like that hoodie. And so in the morning when I look at my hoodies, I often put it on. Should
you come into work wearing whatever you want and then there be a wardrobe for you for the day picked out by
There's supposed to be a merch inclusion form.
Do you not get to dress yourself anymore? You tiny boy.
I like dressing myself.
Nope.
I mean, I already only wear merch. I'm literally wearing the hot dog.
We're also not selling...
Do we sell the hot dog?
Maybe we do still sell that.
I don't think the hot dog's still for sale.
Okay.
It might be. I've got cargo pants. I don't know if we carry this color of cargo pants anymore. I'm wearing the underwear, though. Am I wearing prototype socks? I am. I am head to toe.
When the heck are the socks coming?
Sorry.
You told me soon.
I know, but it's soon. I don't know.
I got to get the webcam ready.
It's late. I don't want to bug Dave right now.
Yeah, I know. Don't bug Dave.
I'm not going to bug. Oh, wait.
Call him.
No, he just messaged. He's around.
Okay. Because I need new socks.
Linus Coin is marked as sold out, and the backorder flag has been removed. It's 20,000 coins.
Nice.
Yeah, that'll burn through a lot of that zinc.
I need new socks.
Okay, I'm asking him.
I bought a pair of the darn tough to see what all the hype was about.
Are you sold? Are you sold on merino wool blend socks? Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Now I want socks.
And no disrespect to Darn Tough at any point. They make a great product.
Now I will own 2 pairs of great socks.
Yep, it's gonna be great.
More cake, or whatever the saying is.
Yeah.
Have your cake and your other cake? Is that what you're getting?
I think it's like artists think that, that other person makes better cake than me, and the consumers are just like, hell yeah, 2 cakes.
Yeah.
We've got 2 brands of great socks now instead of just one. You need
that's fine. That looks like grub, isn't it?
Yes.
That's not good.
Why is that not good?
Because it doesn't normally come up when I boot my computer.
Why did you boot into grub? Oh no.
You guys saw it. You saw it live on WAN Show.
This man's cursed.
Mike, it's freaking Kubuntu.
Can you boot into Kubuntu off Grub?
Oh, it went away.
You didn't do a selection for too long, I think.
It's probably good.
I think it's trying. What are the odds? You guys freaking saw it. Okay.
I think your computer just ran out of power.
Maybe that's it.
I'm
gonna check.
That does break laptops.
It's at 10% now. Do you think it would have charged 10% in the... Yeah, maybe. Okay, maybe my battery just died. You know what? That's going to be the canon explanation for it. My battery died. Okay, no big deal. I mean, that's a pretty scary way for the computer to behave when your battery dies. Windows does handle that better. Yeah. But no harm, no foul. All right, what's up?
Okay. On Enshittification plus YouTube's moat. Any insight on how Billy's economy works? So much better than YouTube. Shout out to LTT's Billy team. Tech puns have transcended
so much better
language
than YouTube
and cultural barrier.
Billy has a lot
I'm just
of
reading it. Don't look at me like that.
cool social engagement for the users, which is pretty neat.
Okay, wait. Sorry, what was the question? I thought it was based around monetization.
Yeah, how does their monetization model work?
Economy, yeah. I'm
not talking about platform features.
As far as I can tell, Billy is a flippin' huge video platform and has achieved scale. Is pretty much the only explanation that I can give for it.
I thought he meant like creator economy stuff. I
No.
didn't think he meant... Yeah, Billy's enormous. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. I wonder how our Billy channel's doing. I haven't actually looked at it recently. We're well over 1 million now. Subscribers. That is one of my coolest play buttons. I think it's my second favorite.
Yeah.
My gold Billy play button. I can never read views on here. Is that 40,000 or 4,000 views? I don't know.
4.
Is that 4,000?
He has no idea.
It says 4.
No, it's not 4.
A?
This is why I said he has no idea.
4.
Four people. Oh, 4 people currently watching.
See?
So he's right. Yeah, damn.
I should have even known better. I know this is
sorry,
person. That's like the one Chinese character I know.
It's so mean to me.
I can't
He
believe
doesn't even
was
know that I speak fluent Cantonese. Andy taught me.
I don't think this is Cantonese. What the heck is this? I'm not clicking that.
I can't try to counter Dan anymore. Maybe it is Cantonese. I don't know.
I said speak, not read.
No, I know.
Where's the view counter?
I have no idea.
I'm over it.
Okay, sorry. Moving on.
I really like their banner. The Billy banner's awesome.
Oh, what?
Just the banner at the top.
Oh, yeah, it's cute.
It's nice.
Remember when YouTube had a personality?
Oh, Mr. Beast. Oh, God. He's so unsettling. That thumbnail is very unsettling.
Is that... Oh, this is on Billy.
Yeah. I
think I can taste his teeth from here.
Yeah, that... Hey, it's Steve. It's Steve, but not Steve. Steve 1989, but it's not Steve.
Nice.
Neat.
Solid. All right.
Gray from Oz. Do you run separate VLANs on your home network? I have a VLAN for my IoT devices, but have the issue of changing from my normal to IoT Wi-Fi to use my Sonos. Also, Prismatic Stubby win.
I don't know if we're going to do a Prismatic Stubby. If we were going to do anything, it'd probably be a transparent. That still sells quite well. As for why I don't bother at home, you answered it. Everything in my home needs to talk to everything in my home, and I can't think of any reason to not. The only exception is that I do have a guest Wi-Fi. And from my understanding, when I click the guest Wi-Fi button, it's doing VLAN magic in the background, but I never actually configured VLANs for it.
What's up, boys? What are your plans for the summer? What are you guys looking forward to the most?
Honestly,
I'm gonna play a lot of badminton probably.
yeah.
Same thing we do every night, Pinky.
I think Emma and I are going to have to breathe a little bit after having kind of figured the house out.
Now that there's no mold.
Yeah. Yeah. Better breathe now.
Yeah.
And then kind of figure it out. I feel like I owe her something. So we'll probably have to go somewhere or something. Yeah. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Yeah. Ados and Floatplane chat was like, chicken? Maybe a little more than chicken.
Maybe something less transactional.
Yeah.
Make the chicken together.
You guys are going to make a chicken?
I mean, they could try.
Here, baby.
You'll get it one day.
I'm going to avoid continuing to comment. Build a coop. If I had land, I feel like I would actually have chickens. But it's so
Just
weird.
Build a
because
coop in the park.
Anyways.
What is it with you and birds now? I don't remember you ever being a bird guy.
No, this is actually completely
just
unrelated.
for eggs?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a coincidence. The only two animals you seem to have any interest in owning are birds. Total coincidence.
Genuine coincidence.
Okay.
And that's not true. I want a dog.
Okay, I'll allow it.
I want a dog way more than I want birds. I have reservations about having a dog in an apartment. I'm not judging other people.
Makes sense.
But especially for the size of dog that I would want and the amount that currently in my life with how busy I am, I would be able to take them out and do walks and stuff. I have reservations about having a dog in an apartment.
Even for cats who seem to spend a lot of their time just lying around, I was surprised by the change in their demeanor that we noticed moving into a bigger house. It was one of those things that was not a factor in our decision whatsoever, but they clearly liked it and were clearly more comfortable. And every cat we had in our old place always tried to get out the door, and every cat that we've had at our new place doesn't try to get out. And it's a sample size of only several, but make of it what you will.
Yeah. Yeah. And if something changes or...
Oh, are you bringing it up? He's bringing it up.
I am. Let's see.
Here we go. There. Oh, did we catch it?
Oh. It's coming. It's coming.
Oh no,
very,
it's not.
very
I had them reversed. Okay, we're doing it.
Very, very soon. It took me a second as well. Very soon.
Okay, we're at 5, 4, 3, 2.
Oh,
hey!
Let's go! Very good.
Farewell!
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Slip the surly bonds, etc.
Yeah, man, that's sick.
All right, cool.
History.
Ever so slightly slowing down, but she's moving.
Loving the good news, April. Linus, any suggestions for trying to do touch-ups on a wall that was painted prior to moving in and have no clue what the actual brand or color was? Is this even possible?
Yeah, most paint shops will do paint matching, so color matching. So what you'll do is you will actually, if you want the best possible match, and this is going to feel awful in the moment that you're doing it, but you'll cut a piece about this big. You'll use like an X-Acto knife blade, so you'll extend it, and then you'll kind of like you'll bend the blade a little bit, and you'll slice a circle of paint off of the top of the drywall. Ideally, somewhere that has experienced similar fading to the spot you're trying to touch up, because not all the paint on your wall is going to be equal. Things do fade under UV light. And then you'll take that to the paint shop, and basically they'll be able to identify the sheen. They have a whole Pantone probably like system, but they have a whole like spectrophotometry but whatever, some kind of color, might be a colorimeter, but they have some kind of color analysis thing. And then they will get it to the point where they will get a paint dab, they'll put it on there, and it should be pretty much indistinguishable from the thing. Then you get some putty, you putty over the like gouge you took out of your wall, and then you touch up both of them with your paint. You just put it on, and then you feather it to blend it a little bit with a very light amount of paint on it. You're never going to get the finish the same with a brush as you will with a roller. I mean, I guess there's nothing would prevent you from putting it on with a roller and then also kind of feathering the edges with that, but that's the way to do it.
Hey, DLM, what games have you been playing with your kids? My kids, 16M and 10F, weird names, are still pretty obsessed with Minecraft. And I introduced my daughter to Untitled Goose Game, which she loves.
Nice. Sweet.
My girls are still super into Minecraft, and my son is he's a Rocket League fiend. I try to play other games with him, and he just like goes back to Rocket League just about every time. And he's pretty good at it, so I think it gets comfortable.
Is he ranked?
I mean, presumably, but I don't know what
idea.
it is. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm out of touch with my kids, apparently. I don't know what his rank in Rocket League is.
That means you're out of touch with your kids.
You know what, though? I wanna like maybe even this weekend, I want to play Goof Troop with them. Unironically goated Super Nintendo game, and I played it when we were doing Sven's AMD Ultimate Tech Upgrade because he got a RetroTink 4K, and we hooked his SNES up to it. And, he has like a B4, I think, LG TV, OLED. Oh, it looks so good, and it's really fun. It's like we played through the first world together, and it's co-op, and it's just really fun.
Sweet.
Yeah, so I'm thinking maybe I'll try and play that.
Luke, have you played Crimson Desert?
No.
I haven't either, but I it seems like the kind of thing that I'll have to play.
Really?
It's an RPG, right? Open world RPG?
Yes, but a lot of people say that it doesn't get good for like many hours.
Ooh, that's right.
I don't know if it's a Linus game.
That might make it not a Linus game.
It sounds like it might be a me game. The way that people have talked about it remind me a lot of like the reasons why I liked old Bethesda games.
Just you have no idea what to do, and everything is dangerous.
And everything is weird, and there's all these weird different systems, and you can use them in kind of broken, weird ways, but it's a single-player game, so who cares? And you just go mess around. But yeah, I haven't tried it yet. I have no idea if it works on Linux. I want to try it soon. It's been very interesting to me. Proton DB.
Oh boy.
Crimson
First
Desert.
hit for me is I just created this guide.
Oh no. Gold.
Some
That's
extra flags you can see. And okay, well, it looks like it'll require at least a little tinkering.
I've never seen this. It's never come up for me, and it's not even on my ignore list. I'm living in a rock. Huh. Okay. No Crimson Desert. Greetings, gents. Played tape to tape with the cousins recently, but had trouble getting more than 5 controllers connected. Have you had any luck with this? And if so, is it possible to learn this power?
Are you on the beta branch? I don't know if the old non-beta branch supports it, but the beta branch is available in the public branch. You just have to click beta branch in the intro screen. That could be part of it. Another part of it is that there's a flag in Steam for many controller support. Also, to go beyond 8, you can't use all X input because I believe X input is capped at 8, so you'll need at least a couple of D input controllers. But yes, it can be done. We have played 5v5 locally with tape to tape, and it is so fun. It's super fun.
Linus, couple videos, you dress up in costumes like in Razer Phone or Starforge video, and it looks like you have tons of fun. Who comes up with these ideas, and are you always excited to do dress up?
I love costumes. I think they add so much production value. I think they add fun on set. We did that one recently where I dressed up in like a wrestling onesie. That was hilarious. I think everyone has a pretty good time with it. Plouf is particularly an enthusiast when it comes to just playing dress up with Linus the doll. The line is the cable hero or whatever from the LTT cable launch. That was Adam. I don't know. It's fun, man. I think when you get too old to enjoy dress up, then it's time to just kind of ask yourself, hey, when did I get not fun? You know?
I really liked the...
If you're too cool to wear a Halloween costume, like, ask yourself, are you really that cool?
What the heck even was it? This was forever ago. We filmed a thing. You and I dressed up in, like, old-timey detective costumes
Yeah,
or
for that
something.
Cooler Master sponsored video.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. That was fun.
Honestly, a lot of the really old sponsored video things we would do were really fun.
Yeah.
Like the like origins of... Was it Tech Linked? Or Tech Quickie or something? We would dump these videos on that channel.
Yeah.
And it was like, yeah, I don't know.
Like sponsored, it was a repository for sponsored videos.
Yeah.
And we would just kind of dump them on there. And then we would also do short tech tip videos just to build up the numbers on that channel. It was never actually intended to be that. It just kind of became that over time.
Yeah. And filming those was so much fun. Jumping off the fence with your sword.
Oh, God. I hurt myself doing that.
Wait, I jumped off the fence.
I did a flip.
Oh. That's a fair one-up.
I didn't land it. So only one of us was up. I was down.
Hi, LLD. I'm currently growing my beard for a whole year as a bit to mess with my... Oh, my God.
Noki asks, why not do this again? I mean, I'm down.
Yeah, I'm down too.
I'm down. Do it.
We have to find out who did this.
Do it, you cowards.
Who crashed their car into the store. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. Whimsy is fun here. Hi, LLD. I'm currently growing my beard for a whole year as a bit to mess with my wife. What is your dream bit and what's stopping you from doing it?
A 1 year long bit to mess with your wife might be a little excessive. Sorry, but damn.
What's your dream?
Is it worth it? Is it? Does this feel like it's gonna pay off? Have you heard of the happy wife, happy life thing?
I tricked you with this thing that you saw happening for a year, and it just got grosser and grosser.
How do you think bothered wife for a year? What does that result in?
Divorce speed run? Maybe?
Yeah.
The bit is I come home and I'm completely clean shaven after having a beard my whole life. Isn't that a bit?
And like fairly quickly reversible.
Well, depends how long the beard was.
This one's reversible too. He just has to decide to reverse it. Man, I don't know if I have a dream bit, but there is a funny one that I thought of. We just bought like a Jesus costume so that I can do a thing. Basically, I just thought of the idea of turning water into Segway. And I was like, can we get a Jesus costume? And so resorted one for me.
Immediately.
I haven't written it into a video yet.
Yeah, okay. You can be Jesus.
Oh, man.
That's the only answer I think I have. It was just one of those late night thoughts. I was like, turn water into Segway.
Oh, those are the best.
Teach a man to Segway. He can feed himself and his jet. Give a man a Segway. I don't know.
Oh my God.
I don't think we should be allowed to be creative, but that's excellent. Okay.
Jeez.
No, I can't. I need a second. Linus, last year you said you want to do a video reflecting on thinking of retiring live stream. He can't. He's gonna rise again.
I was
Do you still have
thinking
thoughts?
of buying a jet.
Do you still have thoughts to share about it now? Do you think of it differently compared to a year ago?
I've been thinking of selling my jet.
Oh, man. I think what I'm more focused on right now is just trying to find the fun again, just doing cool stuff, finding cool tech, finding cool news, finding exciting stuff to do, and doing that, and assembling a crack team that is laser focused on doing that. That's the short version of it. I'm coming up on my 40th. I told Luke this the other day. That's caused a lot of introspection lately. And I think if my midlife crisis can be doing some wacky stuff, some high budget wacky stuff, and finding the fun and making it really enjoyable to work again, then I will consider that a success.
By the way, for people that don't know, I just think this is so cool. NASA's YouTube channel is just sending a continuous live feed right now, which is just sweet. And they'll switch back and forth between like this and mission control and also. Sorry,
that is so cool.
I didn't even have to buy a color TV this time.
Can you imagine just like not? I mean, you might not have to imagine, but like, how cool is it going to be for them after this like multi-day journey
to have
on
this?
The way back? Oh, I wasn't even thinking about that. But just like, can you imagine sitting in there, having just seen the back of the moon with human? You're one of 4 people who has seen the back of the moon with your real human eyes, and just like the energy in there.
Oh yeah. It'd be fantastic.
So cool.
I love as well how I just directed everyone to go there, and then the dude spun around and like pointed his butt right at the camera. NASA Spaceflight has full live commentary thing. Yeah, I suspect Spaceflight Now is also doing stuff. Let's see. Are they?
I have an answer for you, by the way. It's not as exciting as Spaceflight, but it is regarding the socks.
Oh?
Midsummer.
Good
Late
movie.
summer? Before August.
That's not...
Well, I thought it was sooner.
Yeah, Spaceflight Now does have a 24/7 stream. Yeah, there's a lot of them. It's really cool. That's not what I was looking for. Before August.
Sorry.
Okay.
Dear Lilu and Da, what's the coolest branded PC or console product you guys have ever had the privilege of owning? Mine are the Starfield controller, Xbox One Halo Edition, and Warcraft MSI graphics card.
SteelSeries had that weird WoW mouse. Did that count?
Did you own that?
I mean, I unboxed one.
Oh.
I can tell you one that I'm not a fan of. Asus sent over a sample of the PX13 ProArt laptop, which is a super cool laptop. It has weird GoPro co-branding.
Yeah, I don't get it.
So it just has a GoPro logo, and then it has a GoPro button. I'm on Linux right now, so I have no idea what the GoPro button even does. But then it has like GoPro art, ProArt GoPro, be the hero of your story on the bottom. Like, I don't know. GoPro seems like a fine brand, but it just seems very random. Yeah, it's just weird. Viscous Cree says it's got to be the gold Xbox controller. That's not co-branded. That's just ridiculous.
Last one I got for you. What home?
Well, we didn't get an answer from Luke.
Luke,
I don't know if I literally have any.
He would have had to buy
You have
something.
a Pokemon branded computer.
No. It's not branded. It's
Well,
themed.
yeah.
It's not branded. It's specifically not branded.
Well, it's got a trainer on it.
It's themed. Whoa. Whoa.
All right, what's
next? Dude, you're taking off. You're going to go join Artemis. That was crazy.
Last one I got for you. What home automation or smart home solution that you've implemented has been your favorite, and which would you consider most essential?
I'm a space cadet, so the notification that I get if I've left my garage door open is by far the most important smart home automation that I have in my life. I just forget. I can literally, I don't even know if I have full object persistence at this point, because I can be looking at my garage going, I need to close that. And then I can look at the road and I no longer remember my garage exists. So yeah, it helps a lot.
Yeah.
And that's all we got. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you again next week. Same bad time. Different channel. That's right. You got to go to the WAN Show channel now, going forward.
You could come here, but it will be worse.
Yeah.
Unless you're on Floatplane. Or Twitch? Are we leaving Twitch alone?
We're going to leave them alone forever.
You're being left alone. Bye!
Oh.